Kia ora and welcome to our budget deliberation meetings. It's good to see you all here. Firstly, just before we start, there's a couple of acknowledgements. I'd like to firstly say it was a couple of weeks ago, but congratulations to David and Joan Ward on their 60th wedding anniversary. It was an amazing achievement, and Councillor Blakey also had an momentous occasion last week. So I believe he's providing morning tea this morning. Is that correct? Yeah, so that sounds like he isn't. The shout after dinner, after we finish that would be good. I think that's the
Yeah,
Right, congratulations to both. We've got a bit of business to get through today, as we know, so I'm going to stick to the order on the agenda paper, and how I propose we'll run is there are reports that relate to particular sections, and we'll go through those reports, and then we'll consider the submission items that are there. Normal part of business is that we do a pro forma at the start, which is in 51.A, which is that we accept all the recommendations in there, and then ordinarily they can be amended as we go through it. We want to test that. Also, when you look at the budget commentaries and the explanations that come back that are in there, that's time to let us know if you're happy with it. We have staff sitting here that will be doing edits as we go through. So is that all clear to you all? It's my plan. With a bit of luck, there should be. Oh, it's a late report as well. Okay, which we need to approve. We deal with that first, Jeff, the carry forward. Okay. So we've got dinner breaks. We've got break scheduled for 10:30 for morning tea, and then lunch 1 o'clock and 3:45. So it's my plan for morning tea. It's our plan for hopefully it's completed today. And if we need to go beyond 6 o'clock, is there an issue for anyone here today?
Yeah, I'm away at 3. I'll see a contractor at 3:30.
Okay, will you be coming back or?
Well, if we're not, if we're still into it.
Well, we'll see how we go. Yes. So okay. So just noting that, so it's an apology for Councillor Bryan from 3 p.m. Is there any other apologies today?
Councillor.
Oh, Councillor Redmond, yes. Have you prepared to remove those apologies? Seconded, Councillor Ward. I've got that. All in favour, please say aye. Got you to declare that carried. Any conflicts of interest? No. So we've got minutes of the meeting, item 3 and 3.1, pages 17 to 41. Someone prepared to move the document? Yes. Can you put, if you want to use your microphone, go to the microphone.
I can move, however, there are a couple corrections.
Do you want to raise those now?
Yes, on page 43, with regard to the urgent attention needed to the change of surface from tar to shingle at the intersection. It wasn't Browns Road and Chapman's Road, it's North Air Road between Browns Road and Chapman's Boundary Road.
Great.
And also on page 46 was an incorrect attribution to Mr. Hewitt, who was actually the previous presenter with the Ranger Bowling Club, and the Ahoka Domain Advisory Group was represented by Annie Bonifant, Ian Blake, and Roger Foy, and I believe Annie answered most of those questions and was the main speaker, so A. Bonifant would probably be correct. And yeah, that's it for me.
Okay, is there any other corrections? So with those corrections, Councillor Manage, you're prepared to move?
Yes.
Seconded by Councillor Fulton. I'll put the minutes, unless there's any points anyone wants to. Minutes, all those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare those carried. Item 3.2, which is the minutes Again, a copy of the minutes from the annual plan hearing, pages 42 to 55. Any corrections? Someone,
I corrected the wrong one. I just realised.
oh, did you?
Sorry.
I think we got the gist.
The other ones were good, these ones, those corrections.
Okay, so, alright, well, alright, so we're on the, I think Courtney's to grips with where the changes need to be. I think we're fine, they're only minor edits.
Still false.
Yeah. Give me a to move, seconded by Councillor Becky. I'll put those, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, clear that carried. So everyone's clear how we're going to run today from what I mentioned before, it's all okay? Alright, so we now come to, firstly, need to just approve that we accept the late agenda item, which is the report that's on your tables, which is the budgeted carry forwards. I'll move the chair that we receive this report. Secondly, Councillor Ward, any discussion? I'll put that, all those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried, so that will come up later in the day. So now, welcome Nicole. Nicole, firstly, just to acknowledge your service with us, we realise you've recently announced that you're going to be moving on, which I think is really sad news for us. I think you've been a breath of fresh air here working with us, but we wish you all the best for your future and thanks for the contribution you've made while you've been in this role. And so this is not necessarily your swan song, but but thank you for the work that you've put in the finance general manager role, so appreciate it. So now we'll hand over to you for your presentation, and colleagues, if we could just keep questions to the end. Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you, Dan. Courtney, can I just, yeah, okay, thank you. So I'll just give a brief overview, just a recap of how we've got to where we are today, summary of the changes, and then all my colleagues will be able to talk you through in detail around the submissions and a lot of the hard work that they've done to get us to the annual plan figures that we are presenting today. So just a recap on the timeline, obviously back in January we did a review around budgets. We've gone through consultation period until the 21st of April. We've then had hearings, and then obviously here we are today doing deliberations, and then we'll look to adopt on the 17th of June. Just a recap around the process. So there has been a lot of rigorous work done. Obviously we presented an LTP, and the team have done a lot of work in order to keep the rates increases consistent with that LTP presented. There's been budget reviews, there's been a number of council workshops held, and then we've obviously gone to consultation. Again, a recap of the financial headlines. So what you'll see here is, while we've had some minor changes, overall the effect is that we remain relatively consistent with the LTP for 25-26 that we went out with last year. We have a rates increase of 4.9%, and that's again reasonably consistent with the rates increase that we had in the LTP. Now these numbers here are prior to consultation, so this is what we went out with in the consultation. Just a reminder of the financial environment that we're operating in and the impact that that has on budgets. So you'll see there inflation is still at CPI 2.2, the LGCI. So these figures that we use in the budget figures are taken from Bill, so they provide us with 10-year forecasts, and we use their figures to put inflationary numbers into our budgets. The interest rates, so we're operating in quite an interesting interest rate environment at the moment. So when we presented, Greg presented last back in January, the OCR was at 4.25%, it's now down to 3.5%. And we're seeing the impacts that has on our average cost of funds. So in the budget, we've got 4.1%. As of today, our average cost of funds is sitting at 3.9%, and that potentially could reduce going forward as well with the interest rate hedging profile that we have in place. So every budget isn't without risks. Obviously, we're constantly facing inflationary pressures, things like contract renewals and levels of service and cost. There's always an ongoing, battle in that perspective. And the growth that we see that underpins our budget, so the building consents number of the 24 calendar year, which obviously then impacts out into 25-26, has 743. We've consistently seen that growth over 700, and there is always a risk that may slow down going forward. So that's just something to keep in mind. What the rates increase shows is that we are consistent without the LTP. There is some changes obviously around the general and roading rates increase, and that they're less than the LTP, and you'll hear from the team today. Obviously there's been significant changes around the level of NZTA funding that we've received and the impact that has on our roading projects and profile. We had a valuation done around water, which increased the value of our water assets, and that has an impact as well, so around targeted rates. And overall, while we have an average rates increase, it does not tell the full story, because as we know, there are certain targeted rates, and the impact that has on certain properties can be higher than that. So things like the rural water and drainage schemes, for example, the Oxford Urban Scheme, so their increase is up around 10.7, and that's around them having their own sewer rated separately. So just a reminder of the impacts that has on different areas. So we have obviously gone to consultation, and the topics that we consulted on, just as a reminder, around our delivery of water services. There are a number of options from CCO to an internal business unit, and our preferred option is internal business unit. That has, a most cost-effective way for the council. As mentioned, the revised roading program, NZTA changed their funding, and what we have opted to do to keep the cost of rates consistent with LTP, the team have worked really hard to look at that program and reprioritise, and you'll hear more about that today. Rates policy, so the rates remission on the secondary dwellings and the removal of early payment discount for rates. Those are things we consulted on, and as a result, we've updated our rates policy. And we also talked about the cost pressures that we're seeing. Obviously, we are striving really hard to keep rates low. We understand the impact that the economic environment is having on people. However, the cost of renewals, the cost of new infrastructure assets is increasing significantly, and so we're not fully funding some depreciation in order to keep those rates down, and that could obviously have future impacts for us as well, with the disproportionate costs increasing to rates increases. So I've just got here a summary of the changes that you'll hear more about today. So the top being the staff submissions. So that actually overall for the 25-26 has a reduction of 0.15% to rates, the rates increase. There are a number of grants requested, and you'll see those three there, which obviously increase rates slightly. And then one of the lines I wanted to flag, which you won't see a submission for today, but I think it would be prudent for us to include in our budget numbers, is on the 22nd of May, so last week, the government announced their budget. Because obviously one of the items was a change to the KiwiSaver increase, and so a portion of that will impact us in Q4, so allowing some additional costs for that. So overall, though, we are recommending that we stick to the 4.98%, even though the submissions presented slightly reduces that, and that's just to suck up some of those additional costs and help us with future years and reducing those rates out in later years. So the capital program, and again you've got a carryovers report in front of you, and you'll hear more about that later on today. So we had carryovers of 32.4 million from this year through to that will carry over into next, into the 25-26. Not the full amount that we have carried over will impact the 25-26 year, and that's just timing of some of our projects. The 28, I guess the majority of that carryover relates to recreation, so that had just under 18 million in that space, 5 million relating to the Pegasus community land purchase and construction, and then 4.2 relating to the Ravenswood Community Centre land purchase as well. So those are the significant items to note. There's also in the roading space, the Rangiora Wood End Tuahiwi intersection, there's 2.2 million there that's being moved into 26-27 as well. And so that does increase our 25-26 capital program that we went to consultation with at 61.4 up to just under 19 million. So then here's just a recap of those financial headlines and the impact that the submissions has. So overall, consistent, other than obviously the capital program, which we just mentioned, increases, and that does have an impact through to our net borrowing as well. So yeah, overall though, from an operating perspective, fairly consistent. This is just an example of a rating sample, so just so you can get a feel for the changes from the LTP. So you can see there the average household movement from 4,007 up to 4,202, and then post deliberations is 4,207. So not much movement between LTP and deliberation, post deliberations rating impact, and again we're still consistent at that 4.98%. This here is showing, sorry, it's a lot of numbers on one slide, but this is just showing the area, so rating by area, and what you'll see there is to the right hand side, so this is post changes with deliberations, carryovers, the impact that it has by area from, I guess, largest to smallest in terms of change, movement between the 25-26 rating proposed to the actual rates of 24-25, and what that difference column is showing is the movement pre and post deliberations. So overall, Garrymere's is the biggest, is most impacted at 6.4% change, and then that flows down through to Oxford Rural number 2 there, which 0.6% change. So not, again, I guess the overall messaging is the impact is not significant. So what these graphs show is the capital expenditure profile prior to consultation. So as you can see there, capital projects sort of peaks around 27, 28, 28, 29, whereas post the consultation, and as a result of things I mentioned around NZTA funding having to reprioritise our capital works program, you'll see that profile changes slightly. However, overall, still remains fairly consistent. That has an impact, obviously, to our total debt, and what you'll see there is the debt to operating revenue ratio spikes in 29-30 and then decreases. So the majority it gets to is 184%, which is well within our self-imposed limits of 250%. and then as that it reduces over time as we begin to repay down more debt over that period. See our financial strategy. So here, what this is showing is revenue to operating expenditure, and in the first few years, this has been consistent around the balanced budget benchmark, and as we're consistent as well with things like repayment of debt, we get back to a balanced budget in the later years, consistent with the LTP. I think one thing that we just wanted to highlight, obviously, this here is showing how our rates increases are comparative to other councils around, I guess, the major cities. And what you'll see there is that we're actually significantly lower than the majority. So we're the dark blue on the left. Christchurch and Selwyn. Selwyn is I guess around 14%, which is significantly more than what we are in Christchurch. So that's, I guess, just putting into perspective how we fare with our counterparts. I have to thank Alistair for this graph, because I believe that's your hard work there. Thank you. So I guess that's just in summary. I guess reiterate the message that overall nothing significantly has changed. We're consistent with the LTP and also what we went out with in deliberations, but you will hear today from the team a lot of the hard work that's gone in around prioritising to ensure that we can keep rates consistent at that 4.98% for our rate.
All right, thanks Nicole. Jeff, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, just as Nicole said, the movements aren't significant. They're pretty well balanced right across the accounts. One thing to consider is that in the information packs that you've been given, there's staff submissions and there's responses to the submissions. So where the staff have actually recommending to accept a submission and there's an increase in the rate or a grant, they're inclusive in those numbers that you're seeing there at the moment. So anything that the staff haven't agreed with, of course, is not in the numbers. So it's if the packs go through as presented, that is the final result.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. The other is just I asked this morning where it says anonymous submission. They are actually a real person. They've just asked that their details not be made available. That's correct, Jeff?
Yeah, something we'll have to improve on next time is in your packs, you'll see it as anonymous. On the website, we've corrected that and put details requested to be withheld. So there's a little tick box where people put a submission in, they don't want their details or address or name known. And so they're in your pack as anonymous, but on the website they're shown as requested that details are withheld. So in next year, we're probably likely to provide a PX to you so you can see who it is, but the website will have details withheld.
Just so Sarah's going to upload the presentations a little after, so that will be Nicole's presentation will be available to all colleagues. Questions? Councillor Ward, followed by Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question, but I also want to say a big thank you to the staff who've done an amazing job of pulling back and keeping the rate rise to as low as we could without compromising the fact that we are in a growth district and we do need to keep investing, otherwise it will come back and hit us. And my question is, building consents in the budget this year have been 743. In the budget, what have we used as a building consents? Did we use that figure, or do we assume for this year something less, or is it based on that figure of 743?
Yeah, so that 743 is the number in the budget.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking at that projection for the debt peak, I've been looking at it for the last 3 years. Has anything changed in terms of the extent of the peak and the timing of that peak, because we hear a lot about sort of escalating debt, but in fact, have our projections significantly changed even in the last 2 to 3 years? Has the peak changed and has the timing changed?
Yeah, there's been a big change in the cost of capital works since we did the original LTPs, and particularly the last one. So we've adjusted those and incorporated those, which effectively adjust the development contributions, rates, and loan debt. You'll see that it peaks around about 184%, which is what classifies as AA minus, but towards the end of the LTP, the end of the 10 years, it's 141%, and that's what I put in definitely into a AA rated council. So we'll see how the rating goes.
So the average across that time, I mean, we could just told us the peak, but it would be more like 150 to 160, so put it like a guess what the average would be.
It's peaking a little bit higher, so we've had a little bit more capex that's been put into the budget in the later years, but in the current year, it just includes the carryover, which wasn't done for this year, which is 32 million, which we carried over, which will carry the debt with it. So effectively, what you're asking, I think, is has the debt increased on that? And no, it hasn't. As an increasing estimate, yes, I think
Jeff, it would be fair to say that while there's some the outer years are showing certainly projected an increase, but that's dependent on the council agreeing on everything within the LTP, and that's timing of the civic centre, some other library upgrades. Every time as a council we do make changes, we may decide to push that out or defer it. It'll be up to, and some roading projects. So that's all included in there, and that'll be up to the future councils to make that decision for another LTP before then as well.
Yeah, that's right. The further you go out, the less confidence we'd have in the numbers. Because those numbers, even 1 year out, have inflation in them. And inflation sits at 2.2. In some years it goes up and down. If the forecasts drop, so will the capex expenditure and operating expenditure. So it's all based on the bill numbers that business economic Research and Economic Limited give us.
Councillor Goldsworthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Just kind of possibly a question that gets a wee bit more into the grass rather than it should. With potential interest savings into the future, what happens to that money? Will it be applied to the depreciation which we've smoothed to try and level things out, or what would happen to those savings?
It drops the rates. So at this stage, we forecast it based on our cost of funds. If that drops, then we'll drop that. But there is a fair bit of hedging that's put into those numbers, which means that the interest number, there'd have to be quite some radical changes for them to radically change the cost of funds, the rates. And so a lot of that is actually locked in. So you'll see, if it's forecast, what we expect for it to go down another 25 to 50 points, you'll see that number move back 0.2 on our estimate on what our cost of funds would be. So it's small, but over a bigger number, it's quite large.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? Nicole, thank you for a very detailed update. I thought the sampling information was very useful, so we could see where that was looking at. So thank you to you. I endorse Councillor Ward's remarks. Just to thank yourself and team, but it's right across the organisation. Actually, there's been a massive amount of work put in. And I think our in my personal opinion, our papers this time are some of the best I've seen. So in my 20 odd years here, so just wanted to acknowledge the team for all that effort that makes our decision making easier when all the information is nice and clear and we've got right protection. So thank you very much. Just team, just so you're aware, the camera has been shifted to the back of the room, so I realise Councillor Redmond isn't here to observe himself today, but we might be. But the camera has been shifted, so thanks Jeff and team for getting that sorted, because it was parts of the table were a bit hard to observe, and my understanding is the sound system's also been addressed, so anyone that's listening in on the live stream should be having a better experience. Right. Okay. So, first item is we're dealing with first items report 5.1. So we've got Sylvia here.
No, she's away sick today. She's watching online.
So we have Nate and Simon. Welcome. Thank you. And that's pages 56 to 61.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and councillors. So, as Nicole's already sort of mentioned, the consultation ran for 5 weeks, from the 14th of March to the 21st of April. And there were 5 key issues in the CD. Submissions were received via the online system, paper from the feedback form from Local Water Done Well, and emails as well. We received 787 submissions, which amounted to 1,005 submission points. Of the 787 submissions received, 764 included feedback directly to Local Water Done Well, of which 97.2% supported the council's preferred option of the internal solution. So a further 247 submissions were received that were not processed, as they did not have any identifiable submission details. And also, as previously mentioned, we heard 23 submitters on the 6th of May. I think we'll just take the report to you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that. Simon's here.
No, happy to take questions, Mr. Mayor.
Any questions or comments? Very straightforward report. Summarising, as I mentioned earlier, it's been an excellent, I think, piece of work that's been done, nice and clear. So well done to the whole policy and strategy team and everyone else that's contributed. So thank you. Someone prepared to move the recommendation? Councillor
Yeah, A to I.
Oh, well, let Councillor Blakey move, yes. Seconded Councillor Wood. Do you wish to speak, Councillor?
No, good.
Councillor?
Oh, great job, lots of work, well done. A big thank you to all this team.
Thank you. Any further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Declare that carried. Thank you. The next is 5.1a, which is consideration of submissions to the annual plans. It's the pro forma I mentioned before. Someone prepared to move the recommendation? Here. Seconded by Councillor Bryan. Do you wish to speak? It's pro forma anyway. Well, anyone's welcome to speak to it if they wish. Councillor Bryan. Any further speakers? I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. So we're dealing with, I think, first is 5.2, which is Local Water Done Well. That's a report in the name of the Chief Executive and Mr. Cleary. So is Jared leading that? Thank you, Jared.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the purpose of this report is really to seek a decision from you in terms of the delivery model we want for the Waimakariri District Council for our water services. And as you'll be well aware of the background, and so Helene just summarised the figures we had of the people who submitted it with a preference, one way or the other, 97.2% of the submitters supported the council's proposal for an in-house business unit. The other thing is just worth pointing out, we're proposing, if you do approve this today, we're planning to bring a report to the council meeting, asking your approval to submit our water service delivery plan, which is in line with your having an in-house business unit. And it's also just important to note that right throughout this process, there has been and will be going into the future the ability to have shared service arrangements with Hiranui and Kaikoura if that works for them. So look, I know you're well and truly familiar with the background here, so unless Jeff's got something to add, we'll take questions.
Is there anything shared?
No, nothing further to add.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Fortune?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I note that in the submissions there were a couple of people who said that a CCO, if we were to pursue that, would provide a greater level of, I think, transparency was the word, was the effect to the valuation of our assets and how we're performing and over time. I mean, so it's a big question, but I mean, is there any reason to believe that a CCO would have provided more transparency on how we're operating? And
No, I can see no reason why, because you have a separate governance structure like a CCO, there would be greater transparency. It would put more separation between the elected members and the business, but in terms of accountability, any reporting, I can see no reason. I do, just really worth maybe summarising, you have seen the Castalia modelling, and then there were some submissions that had referenced that. The Castalia modelling, when you actually stand back, there was not a huge difference in the, what people would be charged going out into the future. And just don't forget, that was just looking at water services delivery. Having a CCO would attract additional overhead costs, and you would lose the efficiencies of sharing overheads from the council. So overall, the cost to the council of having a business unit is lower than the CCO. And the other thing is some of the efficiencies that had been identified might have been achieved out of a CCO, they're unproven. So there would be some risk that those efficiencies that may have been expected might not be achievable. We actually do run quite a lean ship in terms of the way we already do things, and we're always looking for efficiencies and savings. We continue to do that under the business unit model. And I just want to also remind you that we are under a lot of scrutiny in terms of, regardless of whether a CCO or a business unit, we have a Department of Internal Affairs we're reporting to. We have to submit our water service delivery plan to them and have that approved, and that's got an ongoing program. We'll have the economic regulator. We have Te Mata Arawai. We'll still have audit, and we'll still be regularly reporting through to the likes of the Audit and Risk Committee, the Utilities and Rating Committee, and the Council, and we're a completely open public organisation. So I don't see any reason why it would be more transparent to have it in a CCO model.
Just to add to that, yeah. You can't be any more transparent than the council. Anything's you can do an official information request for it. I think and I've looked at some of the submissions, I'm not sure where they're coming from, but full books are open for view. I think sometimes when rates are charged, particularly in cities, they're charged on capital value. And when the rates are then charged out, it's based on the capital value of the property, not the actual water charge itself. And so I think a lot of this will come quite clear to the public when water charges are made under the new bill. And at this stage, our council has always done a separate water charge. In fact, we have about 16 different water charges depending on what area you're in. It's all ring fenced. Our job is to actually ring fence its overhead to make sure that that's transparent, which we do now in any case. So I think it really relates to the capital charging aspect of being transparent of the actual charge itself. So it'll come quite clear when the first water bill goes out, 1st of July 28th. So that'll be probably where transparency will be known. The other thing Jared mentioned was the Commerce Commission. We haven't seen a set of measures that are to be reported against by a council or a CCO yet, and when that comes out, it becomes quite clear that whether you're on a business unit, a CCO, or any other sort of structure, will be reporting on the same basis, so there'll be comparability, there'll be benchmarking throughout the country, and it's going to have the blowtorch put right on those costs, I would suggest. There'll be a lot of councils and quite a lot of concern from some ratepayers which were paying on capital value, where their bill will now be on a fixed charge or a charge per metre. It won't be on the capital value of the land, which will see some quite large movements in that charge across the country, depending on what charging mechanism they're using. Our charging that we're using at the moment complies with the bill, and in fact we do a fixed charge, and so that's one of the charges that are permissible.
Jared, there was some points made during submission by Mr. Pinkham. I saw a letter to the editor last week drawing an inference implying that because of our position and implied that we were failing in coronation had come about because of that, of our water supply. I just, for the record, would be interested your perspective on that, please.
I cannot understand how that statement could be made. The chlorination of water in New Zealand is mandatory. So it's in no way should you have any concern that because of the way we're managing things, we're having to chlorinate. So I just can't understand or explain that. All of our water supplies are chlorinated as they are required to by law. The only way the council cannot do that is either not comply with the law or have an exemption. To get a chlorine exemption, as you well know, the bar would be exceptionally high. Just to, also in terms of compliance, this council immediately carried out a series of upgrades in response to new legislation that came in terms of protozoa, so there was the UV upgrades. I don't believe we could have carried that out any faster than we have. As we speak, we're down to 2. The West End's Eaton scheme is just coming online, and Ohoka, we have work underway on Ohoka, and we will have that finished before the deadline of the end of this calendar year. So you should have no concerns that there's any issues. I think just that, you know, all of our water supplies have backup sources. The only one that doesn't is Garrymere, as you'll be aware, and we're drilling as we speak there today. So yeah, look, if there's, you'll notice in the budgets that come to you today, there are some requests for additional funding across water and wastewater. Largely, they are driven out of making sure we're compliant, and you know, there's things like we've got chlorine analyzers having backups. So our staff take their job very seriously and do it in a very professional manner. And where we need funding for additional works that we think are needed for compliance, we bring that to you. So I just really want to give you that assurance. I just can't explain why a statement like that would be made.
Thank you, Jared. I was a bit surprised myself because it's not a view that I, in my 20 odd years, have held. I know how much work has gone into upgrading our supplies and keeping them in compliance. So Just want to make sure that I wanted that put on the record, so thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Mayor, this is not specific to water. This is around the buzzword transparency. Right throughout the documents, there are a number who question transparency, and as our Chief Executive has just explained, transparency is something that councils are probably better at rather than anybody else. It's around the responses, Mr. Mayor.
So we just lift it up a bit.
It's around the responses really, and I don't think our staff responses are adequate to what's in there. I think we need to suggest to the public, if we may, that we do have agendas for everything that we do, that there are reports on everything that we do, and where the information can be found online and so on. And I'd like to see in the responses right throughout this, when transparency is mentioned, that we point out to the people in the public that these are the consultations in which we've carried out, or the agendas in which things are on. Now, I know that's a complicated and convoluted thing to have to put into a response, but I think it's absolutely necessary that people, if you like, this buzzword of transparency, which is running around our country at the present time with accusations that people are not being transparent, when in fact, as the Chief Executive just explained, we can't do anything except be transparent. And I just wonder if that could be bolstered right throughout the document, as opposed to just in water. But I just wasn't sure where to raise that, Mr. Mayor.
I think that's a really good point, and if Elaine and team can pick that up, and perhaps our comms with Alistair here as well, let's just consider how that's responded to. There'll be individual points as we go through, but I think that's a very good point, and need to make sure that's adequately explained, because you're absolutely right. We do go through an exhaustive process to make sure, and we are a very open and transparent council, so any inferences, any suggestion otherwise is a bit unfortunate. All right. Any other questions of Mr. Cleary? So we've got a report, I'm going to move from the chair, seconded by Councillor Ward. And this is an area where I think we can be very proud of this council's role with respect to 3 waters. We know years ago what we were facing with previous government. We worked really hard with other councils around the country to get change. We ended up with the new government coming in, and we had a significant influence in the work that we prepared with Communities for Local Democracy, and them uplifting that and becoming effectively the policy Local Water Done Well. Local Water Done Well makes it very clear that it's choice for councils and communities and how they wish best to provide water services. The key point is that we meet the test of financial sustainability, and through the independent work that Castalia has undertaken, we can demonstrate that. We've gone out to the public, gone a bit more extensively than we needed to. We wrote to every household, made it very clear what choices there were, but also what council's preferred recommendation was. And look at this, 97.2% of our public have come back and said that they prefer the model that we've suggested, which is an in-house business unit, while leaving the door open to continue to work with our neighbours in Huranui and Kaikoura, as we do already, noting that we have a partnership in place with Huranui with respect to our Ashley water suppliers, and acknowledge Councillor Williams as our representative there, and we will continue to have, hopefully, that relationship going forward with for our public and the servicing of that. I did find it interesting, some of the submissions around that, and Mr. Pinkham's in particular. I would like a substantial response undertaken to that, because there were a number of points that were raised there that just weren't correct, and I think picked bits of information from here and there, which I don't think I think he misunderstood. Actually what the position was, all our information was clear, all our information was up on the website. We've never tried to hide anything from anyone in this. In fact, if any process we've gone through, we've taken our public along the journey with us. We went out and we consulted with the public against the direction of the then government. We went and asked our public what they wanted, and they came back and they made it very clear that they wanted us to advocate strongly that we maintained effective control and influence of the water assets, which over successive generations have been paid for by our ratepayers. As Jared has indicated, we've been through an extensive process over the years where we've spent $100+ million upgrading our water through water's infrastructure, and we will continue to do so. The UV upgrades that are being undertaken now are a substantial piece of work, but necessary to make sure we keep our community safe. Look, we were very reluctant participants to go down the path of chlorination, as we all know, and we tried extensively to work. Well, we worked with the water regulator. We had the chief executive come down here on a number of occasions to see if we could achieve exemption. When we'd run out of a potential pathway, we had no choice but in which to put that in place. But we will still continue to work to see whether a pathway exists for exemption. That's likely to be a relatively expensive process, and it's something that when we know more about and understand more, we will need to put in front of our community at the right time. But to say that as was suggested, that was because of decisions we've made that led to that, I thought was a very unfortunate remark. So thank you for clearing that up, Jared, because when I read that I was a bit concerned that that's an inference that somebody would have around our water supplies, because it's something this district and our community can be very proud of. The work that our professional staff do to make sure that we have an effective and safe supply of water and drinking water, and sewerage supply, which is also managed exceptionally well. The submission points are clear. We need to now get on and get the water services delivery plan. So Jared, if you and the team are bringing that to us soon, that would be welcomed. So I'd like to personally like to see us get that in as soon as possible. But as I see Harriet's in the back of the room there, Harriet, just acknowledge, I know you're doing a lot of work in that space, just to acknowledge yourself, Kelly, and all our other staff that are undertaking that work on our behalf. We're proud of you and the work that you're doing for us, and I'm very confident that the work that we will put forward will be the best position that we're in, and hopefully receives the green stamp or the green light from DIA and obviously the Minister with respect to the approval of the water services delivery plan. We can also put forward that we've undertaken extensive consultation with our community and evidence that this has their backing. Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very pleased to second this recommendation. And with the previous government, with the Three Waters scheme, I was very terrified, not only to the prospect of losing control of the assets that we had built up over the years, but more importantly for me was to lose our wonderful staff who look after us and give us great service in this area. So I want to say thank you. And I know, Jared, that you've put a lot of work, you and your team, in supporting our model that we put forward to the government, which has been picked up by them. And so I really want to say you've done an amazing job. A big thank you to you and your team for that. And I'm really pleased that the 97.2% of our submissions show that our citizens are right behind us with where we're heading and the decisions that we make. And that follows through in all the submissions. We had so many, most of them were really complimentary on how we are operating as a council and what we're doing for our community. So big thank you to you, because this is a huge one.
Any further speakers? Just very briefly in reply, I should have also just acknowledged our Chief Executive's leadership here too. There hasn't been much of this exercise that we haven't worked together on with respect to this. So Jeff, your knowledge and in this space, and also your leadership to us, making sure that we've got the right information and making sure that we're headed in the right direction. You've done a huge amount of work, more than most would know, but I know because I've been very involved with it. I just want to acknowledge that, and adequately supported and led by Jared as well. So thank you very much to the both of you, and again to all our staff. With that I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Declare that carried. Right, so we'll come now to the local water done well submission points. Noting the comments that the Mayor made before, it would be good to our comms staff if there is a complete explanation. I know that it's given the reasons for the recommendations, but I think a summary of the journey we've been on and why we've arrived at this, while it says reasons for recommendations, that I think the final wording needs a bit of work, noting that, and hope making that once we've concluded our work today. I'll just flip through the pages here. I know there's a few, and then if there's anything you want to see changed, just noting those comments about seeing a more holistic explanation that goes out. We'll start with page 7. Page 6. 7. 8. 9. If I'm going too fast, just slow me down. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. Make sure that that submission at the top of the page gets a full response, whomever that is. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115. There's a summary of those that were all goes from 116 through to 129. One 30, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138. 138 is Mr. Pinkham's submission. That's the one. It was quite a substantial number of points that we'd all agree would like to see responded to and an answer the points, especially the presentation that was made to us in the hearing. 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, sorry, yes.
So 143, the next one. Just wouldn't mind seeing those responses in full. Will they go out to the council?
Yes, I think that's
Given
fair.
that That's partner, not just.
Yes, so 143 and 144 of the draft of that submission answers is circulation to colleagues before it goes out. It's so me on page 147 as well.
Just right to get 147.
148 and 49. 150, 151, 152, 153, 154. Just to make sure that's all the local water done well, noting the generic responses to be as well as we've indicated, and also special department responses to come back to us before they get circulated. They would come to me anyway, but I think that's a good point that goes out to the whole council to make sure everyone's comfortable with the response. Okay. Do you run through waters? They're the main. We move now to transport. Is that? As you would understand the pages.
If you wish to take transport first.
Well, it's just that it's
we've got 5.3, 5.4 and 5.5 are we going back to the main agenda?
yes, we can do that now.
Yeah,
Yes.
so we had planned on doing
Let's do that.
okay, so
Okay,
we've got drainage first. Just while Kelly comes up, and Jason for drainage. Just sort of I think Nicole gave a very good overview for the council, and just in general, you will be well aware we will have a carry over for roading this year, and that is largely due to the late funding we get in year one of the 3-year funding cycle. And we have some other projects that are coming over. I've already talked to some compliance related type additional bids that we put in. But what we've actually been through quite a significant process to bring what is in front of you today, taking into account trying to make sure that we don't have an increase in rate impact which has been achieved overall. Also the deliverability, and we are conscious that this year we have a new road maintenance contract tender that we're going out for, as well as drainage. We've got implementation of the local water done well business unit, and we are conscious we bring to a close the UV upgrades, and also you'll be aware of the significant Granular Eastern Link project as well. So look, I won't give any more of an overview than that, just that we do balance our resource to the amount of workload that's coming in, and I think what we put here is our best shot at getting that balance right. So I'll hand over to Jason.
Chair. I will take the report as read, and just noting that there is an increase in the drain maintenance budget for Central Rural Drainage Scheme, which has been supported by the Central Rural Drainage Advisory Group. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton. Oh, so Kelly, did you have anything more? Councillor Fulton.
Just occurred to me, particularly with regard to annual works, be described as stage 1 or not. Where's the provision you talked about for the bottom end of Ahoka? Is that the extra works for Christmas Road, etc.? Is that within this, or is this a separate sort of everyday piece of budget? So just to be clear on that.
Yeah, the provision is within that 400,000 for this 25-26 year.
And so effectively it's been added, sort of added or provided for, yeah, in recent times. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Keynes.
Thanks, Jason and team. In terms of the Pines Craigie drainage improvement, the deferral of that budget, will that have a negative impact in terms of the inclusion of water getting into the sewage system, which is impacting on the residents of Craigie Beach?
So no, it won't. Actually, the event that we had on the 29th of April and 1st of May was actually very useful in terms of observing how both the drainage network in Kairaki and also the Pines Beach operated. So the PDU engineer that's working on that project was out there taking observations. We've got a number of drainage projects, areas that we will be investigating, mainly in Duns Ave in the Pines Beach to see what upgrades that we need to do, but also for a property at 11 Featherston Avenue in Kairaki Beach. So that is looking at drainage upgrades. Irrespective of that, I believe we're still going to have a separate challenge of looking at the wastewater system there. As you'll be aware, we made some upgrades to the manholes and the lateral connections to vacant properties in Featherston Ave. Yet in the beginning of May event, we still had an overloaded sewer system there. So we actually need to collect some more information and look at, we suspect that it might actually be additional flow coming from the campground area, but we need to do some further work. So effectively that they are interrelated projects but will be managed separately.
Great answer. Thank you, Ken.
Do you have questions? A series of recommendations. I want you to know. Moved Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Brown. Do you wish to speak?
No, thank you for what you're doing on the drainage side of it. Yeah, thank you.
Good work. Good work. I support the recommendation here, especially the deferral of the resurgence channel project. I think we've still got some work to do out there with some members of our community and our drainage advisory group and the Mandeville residents before we finalise the consultation on that. So this just enables that. Critically, it's as Councillor Fulton indicated in his question, was making sure that those works that we'd already indicated the Ahoka Drainage Committee are able to proceed in this budget. So that was fairly minor in the scheme of things that I think will make a difference. In the coming period, I'd like to understand a little more from the medical residents and the drainage advisory group to some other works that may well make a difference as we'd had a joint meeting with the drainage advisory group here. So it just gives us a bit of time to do it. I still believe that the program is the right one that's proposed. Just a little extra time will hopefully ensure broader buy-in on that before we proceed. Obviously the stage 2 is the much more substantial piece and still work to be done on that before. That's certainly given the green light, but one of those projects is we're looking at future debt. It's actually, that's one that's a fairly major driver of that $20+ million of works. So just to note that that's included in those outer years of works to be undertaken. That's a potential driver of future debt. Any further speakers? Right, reply if you wish. I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Thank you. 5.4 now, which is the UNR Department Staff Submission with Renewals Budget. Clock and Caroline. Are you speaking to this, Caroline?
Yep, I will be.
Thank you.
I take the report as being read. Just to note that all the new budgets that's been requested are required in order for us to have compliance at some of our other supplies. Happy to take questions.
Any questions for Caroline? Someone here to move the recommendation? Councillor Bryan, seconded Councillor Fulton. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Bryan?
No. Good team, good work.
Councillor Fulton?
Much the same. I've certainly in my ward area, I've seen clear evidence of some pretty substantial work being done, provide safeguards for us, and it's no small feat having to dig a well and take that risk, for instance, of striking water or not, at whatever cost. But it's work that needs to be done, and I think we're in good hands.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. No reply. I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, clearly carried. Now on item 5.5, pages 111 to 116. Julian Kelly. So Kelly, you speak to us. So Caroline again.
Yep, I can speak to this report as well. Again, I take it as being read and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Someone here to move? Councillor Williams, seconder. Deputy Mayor. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Williams?
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor? Any further speakers? Wish to respond to yourself, Councillor Williams? I'll put that in. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. Right. If we're at the voting, thank you, team. We're at the vote.
So just, did you propose to have a look at the public submissions while
Yes.
the group was starting here?
We've done the three waters.
So that was the Littlewood done well.
Yes. Oh, sorry, the other
Yeah.
was.
And I'm just not even sure what number that is.
Let me just catch up with my pages myself.
So you have it will jump out of sequence because.
Oh, here we are. So it's page 257, I think, would be the order 257 through to 278. So if we do those now. Okay. 257. Is everyone there? So I'll just do as I was doing before, just turn the pages through till 279. So 257, 258, 259. Where it says bring back ultraviolet and moratorium, I note that the guys explain that. It would be good to just make sure we've got a full explanation of the project, how we've arrived at it, and also the rationale around why we needed to go chlorination and the process that we went through for that. And I know we've got letters that we wrote to everyone for residents years ago. It'd be good if we could just bring some of those points back, just so that we're answering those a bit more fully, in case these submitters are new to the district and may not be aware of the journey we were on. 259, 260, 261. Just if my head's down as I'm going through this, so if you do want to change or want to grab my attention, just call for my to get my attention in case I missed you, or at least call me senior. 261, 262, 263. Yes. Which page?
On 262.
Yes.
I'm just curious, the submitter at the top of the page says that they go to Burnside Park to fill their bottles with unchlorinated drinking water. How is that possible?
Obviously, I would say they're going into town and taking the drinking bottles with
Yes,
them.
but how is it chlorinated, unchlorinated? Because they're a water provider. How can the city provide unchlorinated drinking water?
Each city has actually got a couple of unchlorinated stations.
Yeah.
So that is essentially just off an isolated well that's not connected to the community supply, that they have got point of source treatment, and they have installed a couple of those for people to collect water from.
Could we get a report that comes to us around, just to you and I at some stage, a briefing about the options around there? Because it is something we're asked about quite a lot, not all the time. But I'd be just interested how they go through that and what, if we were interested to do the same, what might it cost to implement such a, something like that.
Thank you, because that was something that I was under the impression that we were not able to provide because we had to coordinate.
Yeah, I think that would answer that. Would that answer your question, Councillor Means? It'd be just interesting, I think, for us to know. Good question. Is everyone happy with that? 262, 263, 264, 265, 266, 267, 268, 269. So that's one that's got no there's no reason here. I think that's one that some of those, is it proposed that will get a more fuller response, or is just fairly basic, those responses? Some of them just reason included as part of the recommendation. How's that?
We can expand on those, give them a more comprehensive reason.
270, 271.
Just a particular point about the submission 271. There's a mention in the summary of submissions and that Summerhill scheme. I thought Summerhill was all that was integrated from Winch Road to Summerhill. Is there still a distinct Summerhill scheme? Yeah. Wasn't that the point, that it was all going to be?
So the source of supply is at West Eden, that's where the treatment plant is. But they still individually rated.
That's still individually rated. Yes.
That was quite a,
yeah. I thought they
having been part of that,
yeah.
That was an exhaustive process, and in the end, it was agreed that because there were different sort of costs of how schemes were paid and loans, that was how that was.
So it's only the conveyance of the water.
When we look at, I would say, when we look at the rating review for them, that will be a matter that will be picked up at that point. Where there's a common charge or something that be considered. West Eden residents were very firm on that. Because they paid a significant amount. There was quite a negotiation, as Jared and the team will recall. Mr. Savage and others. It was an extensive exercise, including divining and other things. Some will remember. We looked at all manner of options. 272, 273. 274, 275.
Yes.
Yes, please.
The answer to this submission from the Kaiapoi-Tuahiwi Community Board appears to be completely incoherent as to what they've said. This is Kaiapoi-Tuahiwi, and we're talking about Oxford and Mandeville, Flanagan's Drain, and things that have nothing to do with them. I don't really understand why. Was this a mistake, or I don't follow? It's doesn't seem like it
I
happens.
think it has been a mistake.
No, well, Mayor, not a mistake, I raised it with Kay, and the community board did put in that submission, and I said, well, not their turf. Sorry, not their turf, and Kay said, well, no, not particularly, but they put it in as a general submission, so she left it there, because the next page covers it, with the right community board. So it was not a mistake.
I understand
it's
that
strange.
all roads, so to speak, lead to Kaiapoi as far as flooding goes. but it just seemed a bit odd to start all the way from Oxford.
Me too.
I agree, we can follow that up with
I think
governance.
it does.
I assume that it's, just the feedback there is, doesn't relate to the submission from the Kaiapoi Tuahiwi Community Board, so we can follow that up with governance and.
Yeah, I imagine you deal with quite a lot of submissions and it's easy to accidentally place one somewhere, so
Thank you. 275, 276, 277, 278. I think all the points relating to water and wastewater, Chair, would you agree, and stormwater?
Yes,
We
that's
picked all
correct.
those ones up.
That's correct.
Nothing else relating to that, this point. And I think is there anything else for your staff, sorry, the drainage and water staff while they're here?
No, we completely finished with our water services staff, so if you'd like to go back to the main agenda, we can do so.
We shall, and I think we could deal with the roading staff submission now, and we deal with that, and then we'll look at breaking for morning tea at that point. Right. Welcome, Joanne. I'll give you a minute to catch up. It's item 5.6, pages 117 to 126.
Thank you. So this is regarding the Road and Capital Works Program changes to budgets requested. I think it's been fairly well covered this morning, so I will take the report as read. The one thing I will note is Townsend Road culvert replacement, which was previously not funded through the NLTP, has been new funding source come available through NZTA, and they have confirmed that that's the criteria for their program. So we've requested that be brought forward. We are planning, have also requested that the Southbrook culvert be pushed out 1 year, because we'll do Townsend before we come back and do Southbrook, just so that we have that better detail rate. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
It's a very good news story. I hope Alistair's listening to that, because I have a lot of queries about that particular culvert. But it's a point that we should be celebrating, because I think that's a fairly major point of contention for those that use it. So thank you, Joanne, for that. Any questions?
So just on that good news story, so is that the reason for the rates movement to go from originally 7.1 in the LTP to 7.9 whenever we didn't think we had funding, and now we're looking at 5.1% for the roading portion of rates movement on page 126. Whatever it is, it's good.
I haven't got a paper version.
It's gone down from 7.9 to 5.1, but that's quite a jump for just the one project. Are there others?
That was what was originally in the LTP was all of the project shift that had been consulted upon. So there are a number of projects that were moved out through the annual plan. And what this actually does, it's a nil change for roading across the changes that are proposed within this report, because all it is doing is effectively shuffling projects out to the future. And with our capital program, the rating impact doesn't occur till the following year after the capital work is constructed or starts constructed. Yeah, so that was the original change, to shift out a whole lot of projects.
Yeah, I did find it, that was, I think the reason why I highlighted that was because in other places in your report you say that it is effectively a nil change, but yet that is a bit of a drop there. So I was just trying to figure out that works out.
So it's a nil change from what was consulted on as part of the annual planning process, if that's clearer.
So the original figures were what we had in the long-term plan. So prior to bringing our annual plan that we went out to consult on, that's where we made that change by shifting expenditure out of the budget.
So, any further questions? Are you prepared to move, Councillor Williams?
Certainly.
Seconder? Don't all do it at once. Councillor Ward? Would you like to speak, Councillor Williams?
Roading is a movable feast. Every 5 minutes it feels like the wind changes directions and we have to go running off in another direction. You have done a fine job of juggling what is, again, the movable feast. And I appreciate your efforts and I'm happy to support this. You've done a lot of work in here to make these numbers work, and there can't be anything but approval for that, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ward.
I just want to say a big thank you to you and your team. I think I know that we have the best engineers in the country as part of our council staff, and so we're very grateful for that. And I know that you've had a lot of work having to be ready and instantly being able to respond to requests to government for funding, and because we're organised, the results are coming. Hope they keep coming. I'm sure they will. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton.
Just with that note there, that I think that there's a lot of obviously relationship building that you guys do with central government, and it's I don't know how much of a factor that is in the recent good news, but I'm sure you do a lot of that, and it's not an easy thing to manage at times with different people and different policies and plans coming in. So so well done on that. It's the unseen part of council, I imagine. So yeah, and it's bearing fruit. So in this case, so well done, and yeah.
I think those points you make are really apt, both Councillor Ward and Fulton. I want to acknowledge our staff for all the work that goes in, because actually when we've had ministers or the chair of NZTA, you name it, through, they've been able to produce documents that tell our story. And our story is very clear where we need the investment. And that's starting to come through. Look, I'm very optimistic around the Eastern Link. Delighted if the Skew Bridge was funded. There's a range of things that we would like to see included that address that broader package of works that we need with a growing district. But actually at the broader Canterbury level, Greater Christchurch level, I think we can be very pleased with the investment that's coming through from government. The William Bypass, the current estimates of that is a nearly $1 billion project. Then you've got the second bridge for Ashburton, the improvements in Christchurch with Pages Road and Barham Street, the whole range of works that help the whole picture. I think as local government we can be very proud of the efforts that are going in, working with the right decision makers to get the right results for not only our district but also Greater Christchurch and Canterbury. If things are functioning well here for us, if they're functioning in the city, it's all interconnected. So I know that we're connected in with all that work, so I want to acknowledge Joanne and the team for all those conversations. They keep us well briefed as we're going into those conversations and make sure that our voice is well and truly heard and recognised there. So thank you. I think it's seeing this here is a bit of an endorsement of that, so thank you for those things. Any further speakers?
Thank you. I will say that, again, speaking to the ever movable feast, the NLTP doesn't match our LTP processes. We've had changes of government, we've had changes of ministers, and you do an excellent job in juggling these budgets, but that's only because you know what you've got in front of you, you're well prepared, and you can hit the ground running when those funding opportunities arise, or do what we must do to make those things happen that don't have funding. And that speaks volumes to the quality of our staff and your knowledge of the assets that you're managing, so I think.
Council meetings, got the recommendation, all in favour please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Declare that carried. Thank you, Jane. We're going to break, we might, we'll deal with 5.7 and then after morning tea we'll come to the submission points. So 5.7 pages 127 to 136. Yeah.
Thank you. So this was consultation on the transport program as was included within the annual planning consultation document. In terms of the proposed approach of taking a multi-layered approach to how we manage our projects, carrying on depending on the, progressing the critical projects, and then delaying or deferring some. The submissions received, there were 34 of those in total. 18 of those clearly indicated support or not support, and 16 of those were more just, of the 34 were more just comments. So other than that, I'll take the report as read, and if there's any questions, happy to answer.
Thank you. Any questions? There's a recommendation. Deputy Mayor to move, seconded by Councillor Fulton. Do you wish to speak? No, Fulton. Any further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. No against. Carried. Right. At this point, we will adjourn the morning tea, and if we're back, it's time now. 5:45. So 5. I'll give you 20 minutes. 11 o'clock. So if we come back at 11 o'clock. Thank you. I believe there's morning tea in Just with, as colleagues are coming back together, there's a number around the Highfield Lane. Jeff, if it's possible, it'd be really good if Kelly could come when she's down today, provide us an update with where the consenting matters are at with Highfield Lane. But in terms of dealing with Highfield Lane, a briefing to UNR at some stage I think would be very helpful to understand the points that submitters have made and where this area may sit in the area of prioritisation, especially with the issues that they've raised, and if we were to consider any upgrades there, what that might undertake and what year, if we do choose to do that, would that sit in the current against all the other relative priorities we have, and if we were to be minded that it's specific, what would the cost be to do so? So that would be, I think, very helpful. Perhaps in our submission response we can indicate that that's what we'll be doing, but I would welcome when Kelly comes down if her and the team can provide us with an update as to where the matter's at, because I haven't heard lately and I'd be interested to know myself. Does that sound a way forward for everyone here?
Sounds good.
Yeah. Councillor?
Yeah. That's one of the things I was going to bring up. I just concerned that maybe we'd look at either temporary gravel footpath or something there to in that area. I've been down there myself, and it just I've got a person that's semi-blind that's lived down there, and now they've got a commercial aspect at the end of their road as well, and I just think it needs a real good, decent looking into, that's all.
So would you be happy that it comes as a UNR? I think it could all be covered in the UNR briefing. I'm not sure when the next UNR is scheduled for.
10th of June.
Okay, or it may need a bit longer than that, perhaps even the following month. As soon as we're able to get there, that would be helpful.
We'd be really happy to do that, and I think that is the right way. We can give you an understanding of what could be done there, what it might cost, and how it would sit amongst other priorities that you've already got. So that would be the right place to
Thank you. And perhaps if we could invite the chair of the community board to potentially join, because I understand the community board member, community board is also been copied into some of the correspondence, so I think that would be helpful for that link to be there at the time. Whether it's council, UNR, I don't mind, but as long as it comes to us, that would be great. And Kelly can give us a generic of what's going on. The update would be appreciated. Well,
yeah. Does that mean we'd hold that submission back to those people? Because there's several people submitted on that until we had the results from the UNR meeting?
I don't think we need to, in the sense that I think what we would do is, I wouldn't want to hold the process up, just say that we've requested a briefing to you and utilities and roading, and perhaps provide, and we understand that the regulatory matters, there'll be a way of wording it. What I think we do, if everyone's comfortable with this, given that everyone's been copied into, or a number have been, and it was there was a series of submissions, that the draft response gets circulated to councillors to see before it goes out. How's that? All right. Okay. Thank you. So then if we go through the pages, we start at page 222, page 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230, 231, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239. I was dealing with footpaths. I understand that the Woody and Sefton board have submitted on it. I had a number of residents come to see me yesterday opposite Pegasus School. I'm just trying to remember the name of the streets around it. Where the trees have grown, the level of gap in the with the concrete is substantial, and is a real trip hazards. They're very frustrated. It's taking some time to get responses to it. It looks like we've dazzled them and we've certainly started grinding, but it's a real health and safety issue, and the ages of the people in that area, but sort of an area that encourages those of a certain age to buy. I was quite concerned with what I saw yesterday, and I know the Woody and Sefton board has submitted on that as well, so it just reminded me around footpaths. I'm not sure if you may be aware of that.
Was at Pegasus School, so
It's opposite Pegasus School. I'm just trying to remember the name of it. It's a wee sort of cul-de-sac sort of area in Punamu, and it's one other name, but it's very bad. I looked at it myself and I thought, gosh, that's not good in there. And it's because of the street trees they've lifted. So it'd be good if we could get that on our list to be looked at and ahead of the Woody and Sefton board's submission. I'll send you the road names that are given to these. Solander, that's it. Well done, you should be chief executive for that. So, very good. 239.
Sorry.
Yes.
You go first.
Go ahead.
Oh, just back to 238, the speed limit, Oxford Main Street. And I appreciate the explanation of the process from the 2022 vote and the stand down period after the vote, what happened in 2024, but just sort of feels like it doesn't quite adequately explain whether this will appear on the council agenda in this term again for consideration for the Main Street speed limit, and what is the process for that? It talks then about school speed limits, and I think it's what it's saying is the consideration could then be given to other changes the council may wish to request. So to me, it's just sort of the response sort of leaves things hanging a little bit in terms of
if you'd like it to be progressed and carries some support of it being re-looked at, it would come from you, I guess. Or the board
I know it's a recurring
well.
question around community board, and we sort of some of our members hark back to that, to the vote, which I know it's now long gone, and it was.
So Jared, just to, and Joanne,
good
because
that
there's
some clarity on what the process is for that.
So we will have a issue of the speed limits around schools. It's whether the council, the new council, will want us to also look at any of these other speed limits at the time. So that's probably from a staff point of view where we will take our steer. If the council chooses to just exclusively look at the speed limits around schools in the first instance, because there is some urgency to those, or where there are a number, and quite right, there's Main Street, and then there's a few others around that we're conscious of that have been in an area of concern for the community, and we just really look for the council to give us a steer on that.
He's got a workshop coming up on that, briefing on next steps.
So the next workshop is the All Boards briefing, where we will just provide a high level overview of the school speed limit, changes that are required and the legislation that sits behind that. I think part of the difficulty is general speed limit changes which don't sit under the school's banner requires a much more rigorous process, including economic evaluation, consultation. So it's a much
bigger piece of work, and so what we were trying to do is get the quick wins of getting the schools done first before we went through and looked at the next stage that council might wish to pursue. But school speeds we're looking at late this year anyway, it's likely to be around November.
So just our message back to the community board and the submission would be just to make, hopefully we can make it clear that actually we could consider this as part sort of the integration with the school speed limits, and it hasn't necessarily been dropped off. It's just is that the process?
I think you're right, Councillor Fulton. There would be a clearer direction from the council around next steps, including the school speed limits. That would be the right time to address it. So perhaps if that could be either encompassed in the answer, if people are comfortable with that direction. Are you okay with that?
Yep, that sounds good. Yep, thank you.
Councillor Mead?
Mine's on a different one.
No, it's fine.
Thank you for raising that, my colleague to the left. But my point that I want to raise is on the page 2. Okay, we'll try that again. On page 239 for the cycle connectivity. For the officer recommendations, can we also put in 5, just spell it out that it is very limited funding support for walking and cycling infrastructure under the GPS? Or are we talking, when you say support, it means different things? Do we want it to also say that they're not actually supporting a lot of this kind of stuff in principle, or is it funding support that we're talking about? Because I think we need to almost spell that out for this submitter, just to make sure that they understand that there's just nothing in the kitty for this project at the moment, as much as we would love to have it.
It's probably a bit of both. It's not the support for walking and cycling generally in the GPS, but there's also not the support with funding.
But maybe if we can word it to explain both of those things would be good. So I just really want to make sure that they know that we want this, but it's just not the support there.
Okay. All right. 240. 241. 242. 243. 244. 245. My understanding, River Road is due to be resealed at some point, is that correct?
Yes, it is. We have been doing some pre-reseal repairs ahead of sealing, which will be next sealing season. So that's the section between Ashley Street and Cones Road. We've done the Cones Road intersection, that's had asphalt laid, and we've just got the chip seal section.
Jane, in my briefing with you last week, there's been some issues with some seal adherence, or whatever the terminology is, up Loburn Way, and also some other parts. That's to be addressed in the new seal season, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So we are working with the contractor to understand why that has failed. Obviously it has stripped very badly, and we're continuing to monitor those sites, but yes, they will be addressed when the ground temperature is warm.
I think it's John's Road, Lescott's Road. It's 245, 246, 247.
Just a minute.
Just remember to. Okay, is it possible? I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm finding the sound very faint in here. Is there a way of turning the volume up at all? Just in the room, are the rest of you finding it, or is it just me? I'm going to clean my ears out. I'm just finding it very faint on the sound system. I wonder if there's a volume could be.
Just do what I did, Mr. Mayor, turn your hearing aids up.
Or get some, that's the case. Thanks, Kate.
Yeah, okay.
If possible. Thank you. Sorry to steer the council.
Yes, speed bumps and reference to point 3 says vehicle speeds are causing damage to infrastructure such as the waimakariri bridge. Now, are we saying that speed is the major factor for the damage to the Gorge Bridge? I understood that it was we have a whole lot of underlying things. I just think that's a key message to clarify. If we're telling the community that speeding is a major problem for the Gorge Bridge.
I think what that was more referring to is particularly under the previous bridge deed. Vibration was part of what was contributing to the deterioration of that infrastructure at the time. And look, I can look for some better words to clarify that.
I just thought the facts of the seal of the join, we've had a lot of explanations of that. That's all about the structure of the bridge and all that. So we're now introducing this question of speed into that. So we're thinking about whether we look to telling people.
It is a lively bridge, and I think the reason why the Gorge Bridge was called out particularly in this response is because it was in the submission. And it will always be a lively bridge. There's not a lot we can do about that, which means we need to allow for that movement. But yeah, they can definitely look to reword that slightly.
Thank you, because we've done quite a lot of work on the bridge. It would be good to make sure our message has got across the trial. The trial of the strips occurred. Have they made any difference?
Yes, they seem to be working quite well. We will continue to monitor them through the winter, and then as we come into spring, we'll decide whether we want to roll that treatment out across the wider bridge, but we'll bring an update to council before that happens.
It'd be good to also consider a comms update on that, because we do get a bit of feedback on local pages around that aspect. I have seen a little bit, so perhaps something on our own channel would be good to have at some point.
I drove over it on Saturday, it worked well.
Oh, good. Hope you drove slowly.
I did. Think about it.
Okay, thank you. 248.
I'm wondering, Mr. Mayor, if it was possible that the officer recommendations could actually be also attached to 238 in regards to the reduction in the speed in Oxford, in regards to that you're taking the measure, or potentially taking the measure, by adding in the red paint and telling the community board that that's what you're doing as a stepping stone, or a step to try and reduce speed.
Yes, it's got there about the red slurry there in number 4. So when do we undertake, is that to be undertaken this year, is it in the summer period, is that right?
There's budget in the minor safety program currently, which will be coming around the community boards over the next month for the Oxford threshold treatments. Sorry, I'm just catching up with the different pages and where everything is at. So yes, there is some funding allocated in the minor safety program, subject to approval through the boards and utilities and roading. And I think it does note in there that it is weather sensitive, so it needs to be done at the warmer seasons. And I'm sorry, your request was?
So in relation to the Oxford Ahoka Community Board, in relation to the reduction of speed of 40 kilometres, whilst they're not the same, potentially it will reduce the speed of people travelling through the main street by introducing the red slurry. It was just an add-on, potentially.
Good point, because there's a resident out there that would like to see that done as soon as possible. I think you know that.
He was there.
He was there on Sunday.
Ted was there on Sunday.
Yeah, Mr. Drew. Yeah. Okay. 249. I do get feedback around the answers there. That we have looked at this. The design to the right level. I'm just querying it because it's something that does get raised periodically. I see the answer there, but they were designed to that level, and the croquias get trimmed and.
Yeah, they are, and it's something we work very closely with the green spaces team, and I know that they work very closely with Delta to ensure that those plants that are in the planter boxes are kept trimmed very tightly. So that is something that we do work together on.
I saw the contractor out here this morning working on this end of High Street where the bollards that have been damaged. There's a number of them that have been damaged again. Just while we're talking about High Street, they need to be looked at. I know that there's probably limited we can do without a more wider budget, but some of them are hanging over and the chain's missing. So you could have a look at that, Jane.
Yeah, we can certainly have a look at that, and I think that is probably one thing that could be good to workshop maybe with you and our council at some stage.
If I may add, when we did the accessibility training, it wasn't the actual height of the actual shrubbery that was at issue. It was the actual height of the actual planter boxes or the planter area. It needed to be angled down or something like the likes of that. So one of the wheelchair users, Evan, you couldn't see him because the block width was too high. So that needs to be addressed for some of them at least anyway. It's not just the hedging, it's the actual block width that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
That's just on that though, it's a fairly major job.
Yes.
Because they're permanently permanent planters. So was advice taken on all those? I'm sure it was at the time. What would there be with the response to that? Just mindful of that issue that would require a major change if we were to agree to that.
Yes, it was all considered at the time, and I believe a combination of the environment, the raised tables for the slow speed area, the back-to-back pedestrian crossing, all of that was taken into account, and including the planting that was recommended for the plant boxes. So it was all considered, but yes, I know you do get the odd complaints.
Perhaps as part of that, the bollard area, and maybe it would be a good UNR topic to go through at some point and just understand the decisions that lead to heights and the work that was done, and if there was to be any consideration of safety there, what other options might there be for severely disabled users that are raising that.
Thank you. That'd be good.
Councillor Wood.
I had a look at that very carefully driving through High Street, and I couldn't see that to be too much of a problem. My concern would be if you raised it too low, that the protection for the people waiting to cross might be impaired. Whereas the way they are now, that does, if anybody, a car being out of control or something like that, at least there's protection there. And as long as everything's kept nice and trim and low, people should be driving very, like 5 or 10 k's through High Street with cars parking and backing in, and there is plenty of room for people to just protected there, to be just waiting to be seen before they cross. That's just my view.
So I think a workshop on that would be useful at some point. Right, so that's 249. Perhaps if we can add that into the answer on visibility of High Street, that we've requested a workshop on that.
Thank you. Yes, please.
250.
Just wondering in this response that with community boards, new direction on this could be added. We've got ahead and those sorts of things, just in the response, it's nothing more.
Sounds good. That's 250. 251. 252. 253. 254, 255, Okay, the voting ones. Who else on the voting one, Joanne's here? Thank you very much, Joanne. Oh, Skewbridge.
Just thought we'd remember.
No,
we're just joking.
just
I will say, we did meet with our NZTA investment advisors and we are constantly having those conversations and looking for opportunities, so that's something that is very definitely on the top of our radar.
well done.
Just a little bit of chance.
Solid, 5.8 solid waste, is next. Sorry? We have 155, hold on.
It's on transport funding.
Also, the transport funding, are you talking about the public submissions?
Just a submission on it.
Yes, we can have a look at those now. Kitty will try and track down Joanne, but I'm happy to take it.
Why don't we just quickly go through those now? And if there's any queries made.
So what page?
Page 155. $156. $157. $158. $159. $160. $161. $162. $163. $164. I do wonder in these answers whether it's worth a paragraph or two that explains the work that we've gone to, because it's talking about transport funding and celebrating the things that we had actually achieved, including the William Bypass, the funding for the study for the Eastern Link, or for the detailed work for the business case for that, and that we continue to advocate strongly for the projects that are needed for a growing district, and perhaps put the link into the map that that work that was done that talks about all that work in our district that's needed. I think that's sitting on our website now, Alistair, isn't it? I think, right? Yes. It's a very good summary of all that work, and I know that our staff use that all the time in conversations that tells the narrative. I think that would be helpful for people to understand that there's a lot of work that's been done and continues to be done to make sure that our fast growing districts looked after. Okay, so 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 175.
So Mr. Chair, just going back, let's notice the 171 foot funding. This was only undertake work.
You put your microphone on, please.
Sorry. Transport funding, page 171. Only undertake work should be subsidised, not subsided.
Well, that's actually a new
got my new
transport
glasses
term.
today, so I'm extra sharp.
It's a new transport term.
Yeah.
Where it's
It'll save us funding.
We'll subside, hopefully not.
Subsided, yeah.
Thank you.
Good spotting. You're the chocolate fish today. 176. 177. 178. 179. 180. 181. 182. 183. Alright, let's just check before we get going this time that we've had enough points needed.
Sorry to go back to 181, Mr Mayor. Spending, the summary says spend roading money on roads not under used and over engineered cycleways. Are we able to throw in there as to how many cycles actually are coming into the district via the waimakariri bridge? At one stage I knew it was over 6,000. So per month I think that was. It's just so it goes to show that they're certainly that they're certainly used a great deal by the community. So do we have an updated numbers in terms of how many people use the cycleways, please?
I do, and that actually just came through to me yesterday, but pretty sure it's just over 8,000 now.
Per month?
8,797 over the last 30 days. So that's pretty impressive.
Wow, that's
great. Yeah.
That's a good number to throw in. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Good to get into that.
Absolutely.
Well done. Alright. I think that's it for you, Joe. Thank you very much again. Alright, come forward now, Keith.
Yeah.
Just in general, I know obviously customs has gained a little bit of attention. There is a solid and hazardous waste working party coming up on so next week I think it is.
Friday.
Is it Friday? No, I think it's the following week.
Tuesday.
Next Tuesday. So just because and that will have that matter there in case, so it's not just in case others wanted to raise it, just to let you know that's where that'll be addressed. Okay, 5.8, Kitty, thank you.
I will take the report about capital exchanges as read, but just note that last week I received late information from Transwaste that the rubbish disposal charges are going to be higher than anticipated, but transport charges are lower. It will mean that we will have an extra $1.77 per tonne being charged. It amounts to about a 1.35% increase in our overall budgets, and I'm not proposing to make any changes to our gate charges as a result of this. We have sufficient account service to fund the extra costs. So I just thought I wanted to raise that. And also, as you did mention, customs, we do have some operational budget for investigations, and we would have to go to council regarding MTPs. So,
yes, Kitty, so that what you just advised, that operational
So that net effect of that change is $30,000 for the year that Kitty talked to, based on the anticipated tonnages. So Kitty and I did discuss this, and I didn't have a chance to raise it with Chief Executive for this. Apologies for that, but we felt that within the budgets, we'll look to either make savings or efficiencies to get it, rather than to have asked for additional money today. This part of our business is really, it's almost a bit of a retail activity, so we are exposed to changing volumes. The economy has a big driver, so this makes it a little bit more challenging for us next year, that we're starting with having to find that either 30,000 out of our operations or just manage it within the balance. So we thought it was a bit late in the piece to try and make any change to try and respond to that, and we'll just manage it over the coming financial year.
Jared, will that put undue pressure on that budget though, given that we're looking for cuts and other things, don't want to find that we're too short? You think you're comfortable that we will be have sufficiently to cover that? So the $1.77 per tonne, it's about 30,000, you say you're looking for over the next 12 months, over the next 12-month period. Is that right?
Yes, they are different accounts, so the extra money will come out of the disposal account, whereas the customer recycling facility has been funded entirely out of the waste minimisation account using the levy funding.
Right. That's, okay. As long as you're comfortable with that recommendation.
Yes. Look, I'm happy to have a chat with the Chief Executive at the next break to make sure he's happy with that. No, it's fine. So yeah, no, we're fine. Okay, I'm happy with that.
Right. Questions, Councillor Fulton?
I think you might have just answered the CUS centre, but if that's been paid for out of the waste minimisation fund, so there's no local rating, there's no implications for a service that doesn't exist even in the short term, like Google asked there.
Yeah, that's correct. They're not rated for it as entirely levy funded.
Right, so therefore there's no savings to be made because it doesn't happen. So it's just, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Do you wish to move, Councillor Brian? Seconded. Councillor Fulton? Speak, Councillor Brian?
Very briefly, Mr. Mayor. When I read this, I wasn't that happy with it, to be honest, because I got the impression we're putting things off from today, and they're going to have to be done at some stage. I raised this issue with Kathy and Jared, and been given very good reasons why I should be supporting it. But colleagues, the work has to be done at some stage. It's just a matter of how staff are able to manage the work getting done. So it's going to come back. So it's all.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton, do you wish to?
No, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Any further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. Unless you wish to respond to yourself, Councillor. No. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? Declare that carried. Right, so we now come to here we are, right, 279. Is everyone caught up with that? So we are when you're ready. 279. 278. Oh, sorry, 280.
Probably good.
Well, it's just to make sure you're all ready. Yeah. You've passed. Yeah. Another sleep of coffee in a bit. 280. 281. They're all the submission points there. Nothing else for Kitty at this point, Jared?
No, and I believe there's nothing else for me today.
Well, unless we want to have a revision after lunch, we'll see how we go. Jared, it's a very big area of council that you need. We appreciate the work that you especially put in. It's right across the organisation, so thank you your contribution and your teams. Very much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you, and I really appreciate the support from the council, and I know all the staff do, so thank you.
So we're now green space. 5.9. Is Chris here today?
I'm sure he's joining us shortly.
Right, should we wait for Chris to get here?
Yeah. Do you want me to run and get him?
Yeah, maybe just have a, should we just have a brief 5-minute adjournment while we just catch up so Chris can be here? You've got the tie on today, does that mean you want more budget?
Tuesday.
Please. Oh, here he is. We're just going to have just a quick stretch for those that need it. 5 minutes to pull up. So, it'll be firstly with item 5.9, which is pages 142 to 147. So, who's handling it? You, Grant, or Chris? Both got your titles, haven't they?
Yes. It's in his pocket. This is just really reporting around some movements that we want to make within the capital program for next year. So I'll take the report as read and happy to answer questions directly on this one.
Thank you. Is there any questions, colleagues? Is someone prepared to move?
I'll move.
Councillor Bakey, seconded by Councillor Goldsworthy. Do you wish to speak?
Thank you, thanks guys, good report.
Councillor Goldsworthy.
Thank you very much, Tim. Good job.
So just colleagues, if you just wouldn't mind using, even if it's brief, just use your microphones for the benefit of those in the back and also in the broader, wherever they are, on the radio waves. Right, okay. Any further speakers? I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. Do you want to deal with 5.10 there as well?
Yes, I would love to. So again, I'll take the report as read, just noting that you'll recall that we increased the funding for the last surf lifesaving season. Through a report last September, we only increased that, or we only requested that increase for the one season so that we could come back with this report for this season. And so in essence, this would be going forward from this season into the future at the new proposed rate. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Grant. Just on that, there was quite a lot of discussion around the dates. Is that this will be addressed in this time and well and truly in advance, so that we're not getting a flurry of requests for changes, etc.
Absolutely, and the board has already had a deputation about this, which I was at as well. So we've spoken directly with the interested people in the community about that, and we've met with Surf Lifesaving NZ not last week, but the week before, just to come talk them through this process and timelines.
Okay. Any questions? We've got a series of recommendations there. Is there someone prepared to move? Move the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Kearns. Do you wish to speak? Councillor Kearns?
Thank you, no.
I'm going to support this. I think it makes sense to do so. Look, we'll argue about the allocation. This is actually really important work that's done to keep our beaches patrolled and our community safe. I think it's just something that I know how important and valued it is, and if there was ever a loss of life and we could have done something to prevent it, it's something I never want. So the support to Surf Lifesaving New Zealand, I think, is something that's just one of those must-haves at our beaches to make sure that we're doing those things, that the season and the dates is really important, because we've got a flurry of opinions and otherwise towards the end of some of that was getting a bit late to change. So if that's being addressed, excellent, and I'm sure that'll be welcomed by our community board as well. And it does note here that we'll just make sure that we do report back to the community boards so they're aware of that. Okay. Any further speakers? Both reply. Do we sure I can reply? I'll put that then. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Thank you. So then, I think we just come to the pages for submissions, correct, Chris? So that's page 282. We'll just work our way through those. So firstly, 282. In this first section, I think there's a real opportunity in our answer to also talk about the role of the Ashley River Care Group, who do an amazing job. And that's a real partnership with the Four Drive, as well as other environmental groups and key enthusiasts. So I think we can add to that answer, which probably lets those individuals know, perhaps to also let you know if they're keen to volunteer, and because they seem very passionate about it, from your points how they could get in touch to do that, because they're always looking for volunteers and supporters. Right. Is everyone comfortable with that change? 283. 284. 285. 286. 287.
We could actually add in there that the staff have already delivered an updated timeline that sets some information today with regard to entrance sign concepts.
That's a good point. 288. 289. So they're asking for an increase in budget here, I think. So what are we actually saying here? The review. So we'll review that in time for next year's budget. Is that what we're looking to do?
So we'll do it before the draft long-term plan. I would say they have asked for it in the past. So we're saying we'll do it as part of the draft long-term plan, but that wouldn't be an issue, it would be the year after, so it's probably a reasonable amount.
Is there any reason why we couldn't do it in time for next year's annual plan?
We can do it anytime. We can do it halfway through the year and then just get the information done, get it in front of council and have the discussion, and then the impacts of that, depending on what happens, could be considered as part of a future long or annual plan.
I think I would personally prefer it done sooner than later. If it's a request that's coming through, so I've asked it a number of times, so if we could undertake that review so it could inform our annual plan for presentation next year. Members agree? Agree with that? Thank you. 290. 291. We had quite a discussion on this at our last CNR meeting. Can I update it following that, because we've requested upgrade versus replacement and that to come forward, and also obviously then prioritisation of budgets around what's in the board area. If they want one replaced sooner than the other, that's something we could discuss and perhaps look at reprioritising, but there may be a consequence for that. It was part of the whole discussion last week, so if we can look at that, if members are happy, that's the rationale we were talking about at CNR and workshop last week.
Yeah, just added to that, the priority list about who misses out. Is this extra, I'd like to see it a bit clearer about whether this is extra coming to a plan that we're looking at doing new, or whether someone misses out because we've brought something forward. I think this is a pretty big exercise, pretty costly. Who misses out on what for this to happen?
The prioritisation we're referring to, and so there's kind of three separate things.
Yeah.
We've got a budget for public toilets, which is district wide, and every 2 years we choose the one which is doesn't meet the standards and is the worst quality and needs to be replaced, and we go ahead and replace it. So there's an option of reprioritising that program to be able to do this one, but you absolutely, when you do that, there's a loser as well. The reprioritisation that is talked about in this though is actually looking at that whole wider Waikato area. At the moment they've got budget to do the car park, and they've got budget to do the toilets out in 2053. The budget for the car park we've got that in the budget now. So it's talking to the community about whether or not you want to prioritise the toilet or prioritise the car park. That the amount of money is probably enough to be able to do both. One of the two, not both. So if they're saying, look, the toilet's way more important for us, but actually we don't mind continuing to park on the gravel car park which is there. So we're going to make sure that the consultation which goes out to the community says, look, you've got this much in the pot, you've got a number of these things which you want to do. Can you let us know what the priorities are? And then council has an option in the future once it knows that information to either add more money in, reprioritise, or just say you've chosen the priority with the money that you've got. We'll do that and wait for the other money to come when it comes in 2053. kind of three separate ways forward.
We'd also asked last week as it was raised around the condition of the toilet block, or was there some simple upgrades that should be considered? What might those be in the interim if it's out of 2052 or whatever it is? What would it take to bring that up to standard? And if the standard is X, is it cheaper then to look at it and be factoring in a replacement? They're the things that we've asked to come back to us to be considered.
You've got to consider that this is probably the 50th almost. If it's 2 a year and it's in 25 years, there's a bit more work to be done to see whether the level of standard is increased or not. And we're actually increasing the level of service for this particular needs of the community. So I think that's more of the discussion that the council has to have, is level of service that you want to provide, not whether it's in your toilet.
And in the recommendations, you'll note that we'll be updating the toilet strategy for the long-term plan. And that toilet strategy will look at the current funding that we've got for replacements and then every 2 years versus the population increase that we're having in certain parts of the district, and also that level of service that's expected in some of our toilet areas to make sure we've got the right amount of funding in the right place to be able to meet community demand. I think Waikuku's reasonably unique in that the number of people that use that beach has increased, such a large amount, while the district population increases, that the expectation of that toilet is that it isn't just a replacement, that it's something which is bigger, has toilet changing facilities and those sorts of things. We will absolutely come back with how much it will cost to upgrade it. Existing toilet concrete block, we can paint it, we can put different pans and all those sorts of things inside it. I don't think. It's fine, we'll come back with that debate, but I think the community are more wanting larger areas for changing and an increased level of service, so we'll bring that information back.
And the level of service question needs to be part of that, as the CEO mentions, and whether that's something that council's prepared to entertain sooner than later. But it's a conversation we need to have, so we can answer this because it regularly comes up on the board. We need to just make sure we've adequately considered that. We're comfortable with that direction.
Part of it needs to be around the car parking combined, because it's actually packaged. I look at Woody End, the car parking down there is shocking as far as grading goes. You've also got it in Waikuku. You don't have it at Karaki Beach, but you do have it at Pines Beach, and there's no official life-saving there anymore, which is a real shame, because that's increasing, tenfold over the summer compared to what it used to be. So I think there's probably a little bit further than just, it's actually the coastal toilets and car parks. As I say, Karaki's down, Pines Beach have pretty good toilets, but it just needs to have a look at what that is and where it sits in priority lists and the costs.
Okay, we're comfortable with that direction. 292. 293. Now this is approving funding to support the feasibility analysis. This has already been moved as part of the pro forma, but just so you're aware that it's a change. And as part of this, we'll be looking at the heritage aspect and what pathway may exist for this group. Is that correct, Chris? Sorry. Okay, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297. Perhaps around Rangiora Airfield 296, perhaps more narrative that could go in there around obviously the fact that we don't know what district plan is going to conclude at this point. There's the whole story there is missing. The objective has been to get to self-funding over time, and there'll be a review of fees and charges, those things which will be considered, but the whole program for the airfield, I think there's a narrative that could go in there that explains it a little further. just comfortable with that process?
Could we also add that that's probably a 10-year, it's a 10-year strategy plan to culminate, but in the meantime, we have to invest in the growth and invest in the security and the long-term viability of the asset that we own.
And we've already got an airfield manager in place, so those things are progressively being set to make Owen's in the room. So those things are progressively being worked through. I think it's just a story we could add there. Picture. Right. Comfortable. 297. Yes.
With this particular one of the emphasis in the subject actually highlighted in the summary that was in the submission around the safety factor, and I'm not sure what the safety factor on the road for this is. And it doesn't seem to be answered correctly in the reasons. There's, yes, aesthetically, we can argue that, but what is the safety aspect that this bit is talking about? Because I'm unclear.
I'm unclear about whether or not that's crime prevention through environmental design. The only safety concerns that there might be is the fact that there's access limited to the railway corridor itself. So that fence is intact, and that's quite a clear delineation. In terms of any other safety measures, though, I'm not quite sure what that would mean. Ideally, with any kind of clean-up or anything like that, we would open the area up, but there would still need to be some screening of the railway corridor itself, probably from an amenity point of view.
And have we had conversations with them about, with the railway, about them actually doing some extra maintenance there now that it is not, that it is an arterial road, that it is not just an ordinary, drive through for a train, so to speak. It is very different. If this happened in Papanui, I'm pretty sure that rail will be taken to the task, and I just wonder what sort of conversations we have with them.
We've had lots and lots of conversations with them. The land is no longer administered by Kiwi Road. Part of it is, part of it isn't. The larger section, which has the sort of scrappy tree-lined area across the railway from where the school sort of area is, they tried to sell that a while ago. No one bought it, so it actually went to LINZ. And LINZ have identified that the cost of now transferring that land to us is actually worth far more than the cost involved in what we would pay them for it. So there's just another piece of land that sort of sits in the many parcels of land they have that they're not interested in doing anything about. So we've been in active conversations with Glenn from the property team, has pushing them to tidy up their own stuff because of the fact that it is unbelievably messy. But it's a challenge to get LINZ along to undertake that sort of stuff. So the trees are actually on our land, so we had our own survey go down and have a look to see whether or not that line of trees is on what is now LINZ land, not Kiwi Rail land, and our roading reserve. The trees are actually out. So we're going to go down and do some work to the trees, but we want them to do the maintenance of the rest of the year.
So Chris, what in other districts, what examples do LINZ have of keeping areas within towns, cities or whatever, keeping them to a measure, or contracting, giving us the money to do so? What do you have any example? Do you know of any?
No, not right in the middle of town centres. I don't imagine they have a huge amount of land like this in the middle of town centres. It's probably quite unique. But we are actively talking with them at the moment, and I think that we're getting prices at the moment. We've got prices at the moment already, and we're going to give those prices to them, tidy up the trees which are ours, and then we think they will come to the party with tidying up the rest of it. They will tidy up the rest of it. However, ongoing maintenance isn't something which LINZ often do to the level of service you would expect to see within a town urban area. So we're going to have ongoing conversations about regular maintenance as well.
So we will be enforcing what they know that it's their cost, even if we're doing it.
We can't really do anything at the moment in there unless it's ours. We don't have the mandate to do that. It's on their land. But yeah, we'll absolutely be trying to do that. And if there's an option, they may turn around and say, well, how about you lease it forever, and then you guys can tidy up. Well, that's something we'd have to kind of have a conversation with the board and council about.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Pinkham's inference was that we're not making progress on that, but it appears that we are. Yeah. So perhaps that's just strongly emphasised in his reporting back to the board around that. So we're not requiring his project management skills that he was offering. Or his wife's, I think it was. Thank you very much. Is everyone comfortable with that question? Joan, could you switch your mic?
I'm sorry.
That's right. 297, 298, 299. Yes.
Just with this cycleway map thing, I just wonder if there's some more, I don't know, stern, if you like, stern reply could go back to them in the fact that this is being done elsewhere and so on and so on. Every year this comes up and it's actually being done and done by different people in different ways, but it just keeps coming up here that it's almost our responsibility, and quite frankly it's not, it's happening already. So I think we need to get sterner in the reply that we are not going to do this. Thank you.
299. 300 is already been shown. 301. 302. 303. 304, so that's recommending reviewing the tree rate. So that'll happen this coming calendar year. Regularly gets raised, so it would be good to get an answer and brief a workshop for us as well, so we understand that.
The primary data's already been collected, so we've actually got 6 or 7 pages of good data to be able to get the recommendations from. So we're almost ready to present.
There are some trees that I mentioned earlier, elm trees, which are creating a lot of issues. So the footpaths are dreadful around the underfilling. So are you working in with grading around that, the footpaths?
Yeah, we're working with grading, but also have a recommendation from our arborists around a bit of a succession plan for the trees specifically in that area, which involves a reasonable amount of tree removal in that area, and slightly less replacement, but focusing those trees on that central area rather than right next to those properties. They've got really big and are eating up pavements in those areas and causing some damage to.
What's the timeline, Chris? Because I had a group of residents come to see me yesterday about it.
I think June, July, maybe July. We've already got a report prepared, so July we'll be coming back to the board to recommend some tree removals.
So the footpathing surface now, is there, if there's any proposed, because that's definitely deep, they're an older age group.
The trees that we're identifying are removed are the ones that are causing the major issues with the footpath as well. So if we get that permission in July, then we can remove the trees, and then we don't want to repair the footpath now without a decision on the tree removal.
That's fine, thank you. Any other questions? So that's 304, 305, 306, 307. 308. Oh, so it's we're getting into aquatics, so
It's all right.
you're right. We're just checking we haven't got any aquatic related reports.
There's no reports, no.
Would you want to just Matt want to join the table?
There's only a couple of submissions.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Well, I'll give you your moment in case you need it.
Appreciate it.
308. 309. I think that's you. Unless you want to go line by line, Matt's budget. So we're doing community development. Do you want Tessa to be here for that? Are you comfortable with that? So keep going. So 310. 311, 312, 313, 314. Do you want to deal with the grants now? Yes. Okay, so we've got first to see 315. So this is recommending an increase to the annual grant from 5,000 to 8,500, so it's a 3.5 increase. Can you just remind me, the current grant has been in place for some time. Is that inflation adjusted?
I believe that the current grant is actually slightly more than $5,000, which is, and I think it's up to 6,100 or something like that through inflation. So the increase is actually smaller than is identified in the on your page 316. And this was the grant which was provided for administration of the trust a long time ago. It was used for auditing. They don't have to do that auditing anymore. They primarily use this now for, while they don't have to do auditing, we require them to do almost exactly the same thing that they have to do with auditing, because we still want to see that they're actually keeping invoices, that they're actually making decisions around how they're using their money, and can prove to us as a trust that they're looking after their money in the appropriate way. So I've been working with Nicole and her team to make sure that they've got those processes in place around good financial management, and to do that they've got a treasurer who they do pay to do those accounts for them.
So it's an uplift of about 2,300. Yes. So next. Councillor Beacon.
Bit of a conflict with me here, which I acknowledge, but just a word of warning. Just a word of warning generally about volunteer organisations. They more and more, as the months tick by, the volunteers on WIPAT and the other art committees are the same, bringing them into the debate. The volunteers are burning out, and some of it is beyond our control with rules and regulations, but some of it is our bureaucracy. And I find it embarrassing that we have to. I think a committee as small as WIPAT has to ask for money for a paid treasurer. But this is where we've got to, because of as Chris has enumerated, the number of things we have to do all the time. WIPAT was set up for two reasons: find artists to put things in the public space, find the funding. We don't actually do a lot of that. We do a hell of a lot of ticking boxes and filling in forms. And the members on these committees constantly are making the point that they're overworked and they're burnt out. And we're going to have to be very careful, or in 2 or 5 years we won't have any more committees run by volunteers. Just getting my oar in there generally.
I assume you're speaking in favour of the recommendation.
Yeah. It's only because it's a very small amount.
3,000, just under 3,000.
What's that?
Just under 3,000.
All right, so everyone comfortable with that? You make a quick point there, Councillor Beacon, saying just note with Waiora Links and some other organisations that are just struggling at the moment. It's just a stage of where some of it's at. I know Councillor Cairns has been working with some of those groups too. So, all right, 318, 319. Councillor Minas.
Just an overall
Do you want
about that submission.
Do you want to speak to it?
So just an overall question about this particular submission. So you proposed 8,500 of a requested 9,000, but on page 320 singled out spraying. What can this grant be used for? And does that exclude that item? Because at the top of page 320 it says that spraying could be replaced with removal of weeds by hand and through working bees. Now, as somebody who actually regularly attends said working bees and removes lots and lots and lots of weeds by hand, I can tell you that already happens, and there's a very minimum amount of spraying that happens there. But what does happen really needs to. It's 5 acres of bush that needs control. So, is there something? Is there anything stopping the use of this grant for whatever needs to be done, or is it specifically excluding that?
And perhaps the saving we just made on the other one, we could add to this, the extra 500, since we've made the saving there, I see, Chris.
Well, if you want to leave it out, that's fine, but I just don't want it to preclude their ability to buy what they need, to do what they need to do.
Let's hear what Chris has got to say.
We would strongly encourage them to limit the amount of chemicals that they use as much as possible and use mechanical means while they have the volunteer input to be able to do that. But we still use chemicals in some areas in the right place at the right time as a tool in our tool belt. And this doesn't exclude them from doing that. We would just be encouraging them to make sure that they were doing everything in a compliant way and within the guidance of their health and safety plan, and also continuing to work with Bex Dollery and her team to make sure that they were doing what was best for environmental restoration in the area that they were in. And we do work quite closely with the group, so we don't have any issue. But no, we don't expect that the grant would preclude anything they wanted to do in there. The amount in which they can plant does get limited. Obviously, we don't want them to continue to plant all the way across the field to the road. You still want that open space to be able to use to kick the ball and do various other things, and provide the flexibility to be able to use that in lots of different ways as we have a growing community, and we have changing demands in the future as well. It does identify in here the lodge as well, and using money towards maintenance of the lodge. I have had it raised with me that when the lodge was put in, there was a commitment that it wouldn't cost the council any money. So this would be a movement from their original commitment where it's identifying they can use some for maintenance works on that. We have in the past granted a number of different grants to the Domain Advisory Group to be able to do capital work on the lodge. This is moving into a little bit more maintenance, which we think is something which is required to do. The group is very, very connected, they do a good job, and it's nice to see them coming together and having something to do which is positive to make those social connections and keep a bit of history.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I don't dispute the amount that you're putting forward there. I just wanted to know how flexible it was, what it could be applied for. So,
Nikki, I think we'll test that. Put it up to 9. I'll see. But I would like to ask that there is a lease amount that comes through the Ahoka Farmers Market. I actually think it would be good politically if there's a transfer of that resource to offset this, because there's a lot of people get some grizzles about the market. If that is something possible that could be considered, I think it would be a good thing to be able to say that the Ahoka market is actually through the lease supporting this work. So you prepared to test the meeting with
I think you moved it and I'll second it.
Well, I think you should do it.
Okay.
So just increases it by $500. So you happy to do that?
Yep, absolutely.
Right, second that.
What do we exactly?
Just
what
adding
exactly is
500.
being moved?
We're just increasing it.
What do you say?
The original request.
Says at the top there, yeah, 1,000 per year for the next 3 years.
Well, it doesn't say that in the officer recommendation.
No, that was the request, and then the officer recommendation is 8,500.
8.5. So page 319. So I'm seconding that. Do you wish to speak?
Yes. I don't think it's in dispute the hard work and the quantum of work that happens with the community to look after this community asset. They've done a fantastic job turning it from a horse paddock back in 2012 to now, and it's pretty incredible. If you haven't walked through there, please go have a look. Monthly working bees, lots of engagement. It's something that galvanizes our community around a space. And I also like the idea, if I don't know how the transfers work for that, but if the rental or the lease fee from the market could actually pay for this, I think that would be really appropriate and appreciated by the community. But if we can increase this to the amount that they asked for originally, that would be fantastic. And if you support it, the community would be grateful.
Again, the reason I support this is because it had fallen off our grant schedule, and I think they'd overlooked putting it in, and it is something we have regularly supported. I'd like staff to consider, if it is an annual grant, that we do inflation adjust this so that they don't fall behind. The other is, I'm not sure of the status of the Gatekeepers Lodge, but it may be eligible for heritage funding, and it's perhaps something that Grant, the team, could explore with the local committee, the advisory group, about applying for some funding for the ongoing maintenance of that, because there is money in the Heritage Fund, as we discovered last week at DPNR, so it would be good that that's possibly considered as well. But I fully support this, and the budget transfer, I think it makes sense. If we're able to do that, I think it would be just a good thing politically for the market to be seen to be supporting as well, because it's a direct benefit. It's beautiful in there, and they've made a lovely job, but huge amount of work over many years, and they need to be commended and encouraged. Councillor Beacon.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll support that. But getting back to the lodge, the lodge bit, Chris is quite right. I was involved peripherally when it was moved, and it was absolutely stated that council would not support restoration and maintenance of the lodge. If we took the word lodge out of that recommendation and just had it, the money was for restoration and maintenance without the word lodge there, would that obfuscate the situation sufficiently? If someone goes and looks up the record says that council, as part of a condition, we paid for the main power with the wiring to move it, and I think we waived the resource consents for things. Council put money in, but said we will not pay to restore the building. It's up to the locals to raise the money, and that is in the record somewhere. So we shouldn't really be.
Yes, it was, but also we have since. I remember that being discussed at the council, but we've since made grants to that building on a number of occasions since that time. So we've probably, I'm not worried about whether it has lodge in there or not, but if you really want to test that, the leader could consider that if she wished, but I personally don't think we should be worrying too much about that in my view.
They actually get donations of materials and paint and labour to actually do that work anyway, so
there's a difference between it being supported, but I'd be happy to take it out, but Councillor Atkinson.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this. I think the risk of sounding like an ogre and for $500, but it's around the principle of it. We've got the bowling club who's looking at trying to get historic stuff done, and we've got no funding for that. We're looking at Southbrook, who want to get some funding. We're looking at all of those things. Maintenance on lodges, I'm not sure about that. While I don't agree with taking the name lodge out, because that's not, here comes that buzzword, not transparent. But I mean, what precedents are we setting here? Why are we doing this? I mean, just because the $500 is there, not because it was asked for. Well, sorry, it was asked for in the but I mean, if the staff have gone through and said 8.5 is where we're at. I mean, you know, do we want, so every request that comes here and there's a little bit of fund left over from somewhere, do we just give it to someone else because it's there? I don't think that's right. I think we need to be holding back on those funds and putting them back in the pot where they're deserved, and move on from there. So I won't be supporting it, not because it's $500, because of what the principle of it is. I absolutely agree these people do a fantastic job, and that it looks magnificent down there. No one could deny that.
Any further speakers? Councillor Fulton?
I think there's a question to be weighed up as to the value that the volunteer labour imparts and savings for the community. I mean, that's probably 5-fold, 10-fold in terms of what the cost would be otherwise to support not just a heritage building but a valuable local asset. So I think there is a bit of give and take here, and I understand that, you know, there could be a principle at stake here. I certainly see in my sort of sphere of work with volunteers the value that people put in, and I think a little bit of generosity back with $500 would go a long way to supporting those and supporting and recognising the work of those volunteers. And I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Any further speakers? Right, reply, Councillor Means.
I can appreciate the concerns that have been raised, but I also agree with my colleague here. The only reason why this is even sitting in front of us is because the person that has done the LTP submissions for many years was away, and it left the 2IC, if you will, to do that, and they had no idea that that job had fallen to them, and it didn't happen. Therefore, they were kind of wandering in the wilderness without the usual funding that they have always had. And so they're really just asking for that continued support that they have had to support the work that they've done for a very long time. $500, not $500. I support this. If you don't, that's fine. I'm not going to die in a ditch, but I think that it's worthwhile for what they do. And here we are making that mountain out of a molehill like we do over $500. It's like the poo bags before, you know, but hey, a couple $1 million over there, sure. Anyway, vote as you will, and I support this and I hope you will too.
Okay, I'll put with that, I think we're all clear on what we're voting for. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary?
No.
Clear, carried. Do you wish your votes recorded? No. Right, okay. Alright, so page 320, continuation of the answer, then we've got 321. Yes, that's right.
So I'm going to briefly speak on this one. I've been involved in the negotiations with the Morgan AMP. It was initially set up that we would provide them with 40,000+ a year on condition that we had access to the grounds for 10 months of the year. Obviously they have their own events, so it was for 10 months. And the reason why we did it was we didn't want to buy more land for green space. And so we set up a lease arrangement. We've spent nearly $500,000 on that lease arrangement. AMP have decided they don't want to continue the lease arrangement. They want just an outright grant. Now I'm going to support it, going through it, because I don't want to, obviously they will have done their own budgets, and they'll be expecting the 40,000. I don't know what they spend the 40,000 on, but I do see staff have said in the report that we are going to have a workshop on it, but it's a heck of a lot of money that we have given, more than AMP, and quite frankly the grounds hardly get used, but they're very handy to have in your back pocket. If we just go to a straight grant, we haven't got the grounds in our back pocket. So, and soccer are looking at expanding, and certainly our staff were talking to soccer, only to find out that soccer had been talking directly to AMP. So it got quite a convoluted meeting. So as I say, I'll support it this time round, but why they would move away from a lease, and it was a 10-year lease, or 5 + 5, why they would move away from a lease to a grant that is reviewable annually just absolutely beggars belief. I just cannot understand the logic of their thinking whatsoever. So, but as I said, staff put in here that they want to have a workshop on it. So we'll all get a chance to talk about it properly at the workshop.
Thank you, thank you, Councillor Bryan, for that background. When's that workshop proposed, Councillor Bryan?
We can do that in June or July. We can do it in the next Community Integration Committee meeting. I've got most of the detail already sitting there, we could do a workshop.
So have you concluded discussions with the AMP?
We haven't concluded discussions. We've put forward our case, and that was to was to essentially move forward on the same basis, but update some of the extra events they needed to have and things like that, and then review the price. They've changed what they've required quite considerably. We don't think that what they're requiring is going to be good for us, but we don't think it's actually going to be good for them either. So at the moment they're not willing to move, so we're going to have to continue to have discussions with them.
So it might, as part of it, be helpful to hear from them at the time. Maybe invite them to come along.
That would be
to speak to why they can. I don't know all the background apart from what Brian said, so I certainly would welcome to understand what their rationale is. Would others feel the same? Before we make any call on anything. This here is just noting today, so as I read.
What this does is it notes that the money will still be in the budget. So we'll leave the money in the budget, but whether or not that is a grant or whether or not that's a continued lease, that still needs to be decided, but the money will remain in the budget.
I think we'll go to a workshop discussion, but at the end of the day, you pay money for a level of service that we would want to require the AMP to provide the council with. If they can't provide the level of service for that fund, then we have to come up with some other options because we need a level of service to provide other sporting groups. So I think part of that workshop should discuss options.
Yeah, and we've looked at those options and the cost of those options, and there's some really attractive and quite easy options for us to take, which are not using that funding with the AMP Association. So we can come up with all the different options around how we provide sports grounds for Waimea United football specifically, where we could provide them, cost of developing other ones, etc. Versus using AMP, the pros and cons of that. We've got all that information.
Okay, and well, they can be included as part of the, certainly provide us their perspective. I'd be welcoming, we'd all be welcoming to hear that. Councillor Ford, any question?
I think it's perhaps my question's been answered about the obligations of the Northern AMP Association and the scrutiny that we sort of need to view about operations. So it's not so much a question. I'm pleased to hear there's a workshop because personally I'm a long way from being satisfied that we're here. This is okay. Thank you.
Councillor Keyes?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd also like to understand as to what other costs council are providing for this facility, i.e. the floodlights for the night training and such like. Is that at our cost or is that out of the 40k? That sort of thing. We'll bring that back. That'd be lovely. Thanks.
Everyone happy with that direction? Yep. Okay. That's 323 and 324. Obviously, can that be the answer that goes back to AMP should reflect what we've discussed here. So we're at surf life saving. It's 325. It's been done. We'll expand the answer based on what we've decided. Is KPA part of this? No. Oh, it's because of the map. Here we go. No. So 325. Is KPA under the REAP or is it under a different budget? Under grants, yeah. So we've already discussed that. So it's making sure that, I guess, Patrick Martin's answer aligns with this answer because it's the same author, I think.
Yeah, and it's already been done.
Okay. North Kennedy Golf Training Club 329.
Just a question with regard to that. The Kaipua Croquet facility at Movie Park are located in that at some stage relatively soon. Is this an opportunity for the dog training to go into that facility? It's something left field.
Temporarily for a short period of time, they could. But the Murphy Park development is progressing relatively fast, and we've got the likes of the Union Rowing Club and St Margaret's Rowing Club wouldn't be using the space that they're on for their rowing precinct development. So I'd hate for them to invest in a site and then only have a really short tenure before we would ask them to leave, so that St Margaret's specifically can develop their sheds.
So I got the impression that, so the building that's currently there, the Croco building, is that going to remain on site or is that going to be removed at some point?
Oh, I think it's going to be removed.
At some point though?
At some point, yes.
Yep. I just saw it as an opportunity.
Hopefully that's not far away. We want to progress the movie park development as soon as we can. We've got conversations that we're having with Mr Blakely at the moment around the actual pontoon, but we're also progressing with the rest of the development, which includes the hard landscaping and those locations for the individual clubs to be able to build their sheds as well.
I just saw it as an opportunity. Cool, thank you.
Okay, so it's North Canterbury Gold Training Club. It was actually a really good submission they put through.
Yeah,
So I'd be keen to see the answers come back on that. So we're at 3:30 and it's not recommending a change here. This is just recommending we work with them on the compliance and warrant fitness and those sort of related costs. Just tell me the current grant, is that inflation adjusted? And perhaps we could just add into the answer that there is a community board discretionary process if they wish to apply in these creative communities, which I'm sure they're aware of, but it's good to add to that answer. Any other points?
They received funding from ENC as well for their waimakariri.
Creative communities.
Okay, everyone comfortable with that? I think that really is. Yeah, I was going to come to that, just making sure I've done everything else. Alright, so property, Chris. As well the submission here. Okay, that's 332 and 333. I think that's, are they your budgets? Is there anything else you need to cover in here? So, alright, thank you, Chris. So next is it planning. So is Kelly coming to join us for this? Can we just give Kelly a moment to get down?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, team. Just have a stretch for 5 minutes while we
Yes.
Alright. Just on, I'm not sure if the message got through to you, but before you leave us today, I wouldn't mind just a quick update on what's the name of the lane high Highfield lane on where we're at on a regulatory response. So if we're going to deal firstly with, you haven't got any pages in here, no, fees and charges we'll deal with generally, and operating policies, so I think it's just submission points, so we'll run through those now. Firstly, page 334, solar farms. 335. 336. 337. Just on the regulatory response to, we've asked for a workshop with UNR or council on what's been requested in terms of upgrades to that particular lane and where that might sit in relative priority. So just so you know about that, that'll be coming months, I would say, from Jared and Joanne. Mm-hmm. Just with Highfield and the particular activity that's set up there, where are things at the moment? It's just only because we've had a series of submission points about it that it'd just be good to get an update.
Sure. So from a regulatory perspective, the business owner has put in a smaller cabin that now is the required 2 meters off the internal boundary, so that satisfies the requirements under the Building Act. There is still a 1 meter breach in the 1.5 meter setback to the road reserve that the resource consent is being processed right now, and I understand that the recommendations are with the planning manager for sign off right now.
That's all. So the parking and other measures, is there anything else being considered with respect to that?
So in terms of the resource consent,
traffic vehicle movements.
So the vehicle movements associated with the business are lower than the thresholds in the operative district plan. Therefore, that's not part of the resource consent application. It's just the breach to the road reserve that is the only breach of the district plan.
So with when I met with some of the residents with the owners of the property and the tenant, was suggested perhaps a voluntary management of car park, of vehicle movements, perhaps to use Buckley's Road. Has that been explored?
There has been discussions from our compliance officers to the business owner suggesting that, and there was a willingness to look at that, but of course that's not something that we can enforce, but that conversation has taken place.
Well, it might not be enforced. Was it possible to put in any consent that's granted a note that indicates that that's been a discussion?
No, I'm sorry, that wouldn't be
appropriate. So can I just ask, any other questions while Kelly's here on that? Councillor Williams?
Yes, I'm just on close to the roading reserve. I've been down and had a look. Have we actually had a genuine check on where the boundary line is? Because we're possibly looking at footpaths and all that sooner, possibly soon. I wouldn't like to see the possible that building was actually on the road reserve. So have we done a proper indication where that boundary line would be, please?
There's a plan that has been provided as part of the resource consent application that we are basing that on. Yep.
We're not granting that. We're not giving land away as part of it, no. So,
So question is that band line a legal line? Do we know whether it's correct? That's what I'm getting at, because some of the neighbours don't think that line is correct, where they position that secondary building.
We don't have any evidence to suggest that it's not correct. So the process that we would normally follow is that we rely on the information that's provided in terms of the consent application. There is 6 meters between the property boundary and the formed road, which is more than enough space to put in a footpath.
So I guess the conclusion here is the regulatory response is for the purposes of Sylvia, who I understand is recording, is that the regulatory response is being considered and in process. The other matter the other matters raised will be subject to a future workshop where those matters will be discussed.
Correct.
Right.
I'm sorry, just if that matter's clear, just back on
Yeah,
337.
sorry, is there any other questions with respect to that? Thank you.
Just on 337 around sort of permanent stays, I just forming your reason for recommendation. I just note in there it says in the second paragraph, I would say the submission is seeking, which could have been received. I just wonder if we're putting in responses that we're not putting in I would say or could have, that we actually have a pretty solid direction there of what actually happens.
We can make that change, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Appreciate that. I know you've got a busy job, so thank you very much for all you and your team do. Alright, financial management, so that's pages 338. That's it. Who's leading that? Is that you, Paul? We've got some, should we deal with your reports first, I think?
It's a supplementary.
Fees and charges. Was that, do you want to wait for Marie for that, Chief? Or?
Yeah.
We might let Marie handle those. So there is a budgeted carry forward. Do you want to deal with that now while we're waiting for Marie to come in? Paul.
Yeah, so the carry forwards report is somewhat an administrative report. Each year the projects that aren't completed are carried forward to the next year so that the budget's available for them to be completed. I'll take the report as read and ask any questions.
Thank you. Any questions at all? Someone prepared to move the report? Councillor Ward, seconded Deputy Mayor. Do you wish to speak?
I just want to say to Paul and the team, a lot of work you have to do to sort of keep us up to speed constantly. Well done. This is a great report. It's a very clear indication of where we're at the moment. So thank you for all the work you do. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Thank you, Paul. And Marie, do you want to come forward and two submissions. Is that Paul here or you? Paul, do you want to? Sorry, Marie, you can wait there. Thank you. So, page 338. I think you had your hand up for a question, Councillor Blake.
Thank you. Question for Paul or perhaps Jeff. The submitter says, stop using the earthquake loan as a smoothing tool to reduce rates. Is that actually accurate? And if it isn't, shouldn't the reply say that they are not correct in saying that?
So that one.
So
use your microphone, please.
Thank you. I think she may be referring to the during the COVID years, we did not increase. We have a plan to increase the earthquake rates every year for the earthquake fund, but during the COVID years we didn't do that. So to assist with the problems of around COVID and people's financial problems. But since then we've got back to the impact of increasing the nature of the earthquake fund each year.
Yeah, I think we probably need to expand the response a little bit, just to explain what the whole methodology around the earthquake loan was.
Yes.
That it was such a large loan after the earthquakes that we loan funded it over a portion of years, and that to actually take the brunt out of people's repayments, we actually spread the repayment of that loan not over, it was over 25 years, but we actually gradually increased the loan repayments and to it. We always paid the interest, it's the loan repayments that we were spreading out. You know, I think probably a couple of years away from getting to a full repayment of that. So effectively you're loan funding a loan and spreading it out over 25 years. So we'll expand the answer, the response, and I think we'll leave it, no, it's Kirsten Bunny if it's not, we'll explain that as well as the same principle around the depreciation, just so that methodology is known as well.
So does that mean you're saying we're not using it as a smoothing tool in the first instance?
Oh yeah, we definitely are. We're definitely doing it to smooth out the rate and backs, but we're also doing it to keep intact intergenerational equity. A lot of those, it's a loan that's over 25 years, but a lot of those assets last up to 80 years. So that's the mechanism we're using. It's a balance of loan funding rates, depreciation.
When the earthquakes first happened, we essentially underrated for it, so to help people when everyone was recovering from the earthquake. So
it's the same with COVID. There was a conscious decision that was made. So that answer can be expanded to explain that more fully.
So really, we need to point out that the smoothing aspect is a plus, not a minus.
Just on that, are we smoothing just the earthquake rate, using it to smooth the earthquake rate itself, or are we using it to smooth rates in general? Because I think that's what she's saying here.
It's both. Right. It's both. You're smoothing the earthquake rate, which is a factor of the total rates.
So, okay.
It's the same principle that you used for, in a way that we use for
But we're
depreciation.
not using it to smooth every single
No,
thing
not
that
every-
we do.
No,
We're
no.
using it
Just that rate.
Correct.
so that is not such a big bow wave through.
Correct.
Okay, so yeah. It's an important distinction that we're not, because I think what's being intimated here is that we are using it to spread everything we do through this, and we're to hide it, which is not what's happening. We're actually spreading a really big chunk of expenditure here from legal. Okay, thank you.
And we can also show the next 7 years to show that the rates that they're going to be charged are well within acceptable range.
So if there is a graph that can be put in there, because I think that has been done, I think it would help explain a little more.
And we do have questions for the next one.
Okay, so it's 338.
Just on
339 is it now?
338 on the submission below it. I'm not sure that Adrian's I'm not sure that response actually answers her questions at all. It doesn't seem
There's no answer.
to make sense.
are you talking about the one that says as required by the resource manual?
Yes.
There was a mistake with that. There was an email went round. Somehow the answers I got gremlin and that answer belongs with another submission point.
So I wasn't imagining things. I was thinking that doesn't look right.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So the answer I've written is that in the annual plan, the budget of earthquake recovery total 3.5 million. This will be spent on principal and interest repayments for the loan, which is forecast to be repaid by 2043-44. For the stadium, 1.7 will be paid for interest and principal for loans, and it's forecast to be repaid in 2040-41.
Thank you for that.
339.
I have a question on that one too.
Yes.
So with regard to the health hub, I don't think we haven't addressed how they're talking about it's a private practice, there's no extra doctors. So should we not actually say that this is going to double capacity for GP practice from 7,500 to 15,000 people able to be catered for by this facility? And it will have more staff.
I think it needs a fuller answer.
Because it's only talking about the urgent care, it hasn't addressed the fact that, and it's not a private practice. It's a charitable trust.
Okay.
I think that needs some work.
Agree. Yeah. So that our team can look at their comms staff are well over that details, so we can look at that explanations and right. And then page 340 around debt.
May I? Sorry, I do have one more for that too. Is it worth explaining that not all council expenditure is paid for by rates? You know, I mean, we have fees, charges, DCs, external funding. I mean, I'm not sure what the percentage is of those things, but would it be worth actually laying that out? Because I think there's a lot of people that have the misconception that every dollar raised for rates pays for every single thing that we do, and that's not actually the case. Growth pays for growth, etc. So
there's actually a whole piece that's been done about an explanation around debt. I think that's a very good area, Alistair, for that to be inserted in there that gives the whole answer and the whole picture around what we're doing. I think that would probably get to the point that you're talking about. Tins?
Just in the officer's recommendation, a few words are just gone a bit haywire, and I'm just not sure what's meant by purchase of these assets. What's the typo, obviously? Is and receives practice.
Yeah. Yeah, I
What is
noticed
that?
that too.
What are we trying to say
there? I think I wrote accepted practice.
Acceptable.
An accepted practice.
Accepted practice.
Okay. Paying for the purchase of volunteer nurses by using debt is an accepted practice.
It's good to note that people listen to my interviews on Campus FM and some of them, so it's good. Millions that listen. I, Daniel Bruce Gordon, and formally record. Right. Anything further? Thank you. And we've got some reports from Mary. Thank you, Mary. So you've got 511 firstly, which is fees and charges. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you. This is just a resolution to adopt the fees and charges that are changing as a result of the budgets to take effect from the 1st of July 2025.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Well, please move. Deputy seconded. Councillor Ward, do you wish to speak? No. Councillor Ward. Further speakers? I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? Declare that carries. We then come to 5.12, the adoption of proposed changes to rating policies. Marie?
We had the two rating policies that were consulted on. The first one was to end the policy for allowing a discount for early payment of rates, and the second one was changing the administration around the multiple dwelling reduction in rates. It summarises the submissions that we got on those two proposals, and the recommendation is that the council does stop offering a discount, and that we do move to a remission policy for the multiple dwellings. We have actually sent the letters out for the multiple dwelling reduction for this year. We needed to do that to give people time to fill in the forms and get them back to us, but we were very careful around our wording on that we didn't call it a remission, and we referred to it as an adjustment with the explanation that the council had still to make a decision on this proposal. Any questions?
Questions? Someone need to move, you need to move?
Oh, not move, I just had a question.
Question?
Yeah. I just wanted for clarity just on this proposal to end the policy for a discount on the early payment rates. I've seen some explanations recently which suggest that it's a very line call in terms of value or money recouped to the council or saved. Can yourself or Jeff just take me through it again as to what these savings are? It's in response. This is in response to submissions, I'd hasten to add, because the more I look at it, I sort of think that it's not really making a great difference either way. Maybe it's a kind of a neutral gain. I don't know.
I think that has what people. I think a lot of people have the opinion that the council gets all this money in early, and which we do. And then it's put away and invested for a year, and there's a lot of income off it. Of the money that is collected early, we're required to pay GST. Our arrangement with ECAN is that we pay them as we're paid, so their part gets paid to them. A quarter of that money is received on time. A quarter is 3 months early, a quarter is 6 months early, and a quarter is 9 months early. And that money you could argue might earn some funds. The way the accounts are operated, and I collect the money, I don't deal with it, so Jeff might jump in, but it's not actually farmed off as this is paid early, therefore we're going to invest it for this amount of time and earn this amount of money. So quite possibly with the comings and goings in the accounts there is some money earned, but I think the important thing is that the council funds it through an expense in the customer service rates budget. We allow for almost $200,000 for that discount, which is an expense. So what's happened is that has been taken out, and that money is available to the council to spend elsewhere or not spend. So I don't think people were really aware that we were funding that discount.
The one I'm probably struggling to get around a bit, and I think Greg, it's wider working for that at one stage, is that people tend to pay their full rates off anyway. And that will be invested, but you don't get the discount.
The discount policy has been around for a long time, and when I first started working for the council, we didn't have instalment rating, so people paid the financial year ended on the 31st of March, and people had until the 15th of February to pay their rates. So the discount was a way that the council was able to encourage people to pay early and improve the cash flow, so that everything wasn't coming in kind of month 11. Now, a lot of people are paying their rates fortnightly, weekly or monthly, so cash flow isn't really as big a concern as it was back then. And while it is good to get, there are definitely advantages of getting some money in early. It is being funded with money that could be spent on other matters, and there's a reasonably small number of people that do claim the discount.
So is there value in communicating to people that if should you wish, and if it's convenient to you, that you can still, there are means to still pay early if you want to get it over and done with. Okay, you won't get a discount, but it's not like we're removing the ability which is perhaps what a bit of perception out there, that we're making life more inconvenient for people.
Yeah, and one of the things that we will put into our rates newsletter is the options that people have to pay. If there's people that come in early and get their rates rebate and then decide to clear their rates, I imagine some of those people will still do that.
It's 200,000 is the cost to the council to provide around this provide the early payment discount. It's around that order, is that correct? Right?
Yes, it was 195,000 this year.
Yeah, it was one of the savings when looking at the budget, was where there was, and I think we were one of only a small handful of councils that was through this there, wasn't it? It was found through.
There were two others that responded that were still offering a discount, and one of those got quite a surprise when they realised that there were only 3.
Yeah.
Good one from the tax department.
Councillor, did you have a question?
I just had a comment from.
No, hold on. Question. And then you can
Is
come
it
to
true?
comment.
Is it
you
true?
can come to comment and debate, which is coming up.
Is it true that they're potentially only saving about $40 over the total payment?
No, it would be quite a bit more than that. It would probably be between $100 and $200.
Okay, so we've got unless there's any other question, we've got a series of recommendations. Someone prepared to move? I'll move it. Seconded. Councillor Cairns. I support this. I know the comments, and we'll come to those in the page 194. But in general, actually, I haven't had anyone that's really expressed strong views to me about it. Some that do pay early have certainly mentioned it, but it's only a small number. It hasn't been a very big issue that has been raised with me. The best advice I received when I bought my property was from Marie, actually, and I put mine on to a fortnightly payment, and I've never really worried about it since. It's the best way of handling it. It comes out, it's dealt with, rather than having to find every quarter or every annum. It just keeps it managed. So I think in the rating information, so that rating piece that goes out, it would be good to explain that for those that wish to take it up. Some will always pay annually, that's just how they are. Whatever works and it's convenient to them, but it's great. There's a lot of options there for people to be able to make their payments. So I think, as Councillor Fulton said, it would be good to make sure we stress that. Secondly, Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly when I was reading the submissions, there was a lot of uncertainty or confusion with regard to the recommendation. And I'm full in favour, and I hope others agree. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Any further speakers? Councillor Fulton.
Just note that I'm more comfortable if the savings to council is reaching up towards the 200,000, then that's we're doing. I do support having some sort of extra communication with people, if nothing else, for their own budgeting. I'm one of those people who get the quarterly rate demand, and sometimes their eyes water a little bit. So good advice, Mr. Mayor. Which I should adjust upon papers.
I've got lots of good advice too. All right. Any further speakers? All right, I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary. We'll just deal with the submission points now. I'm actually proposing there's nothing, people are happy, we're making good progress. Maybe just carry on for the next half an hour, see how we're going, and then we can break for lunch. Is everyone happy with that?
Yeah.
So, page 194 is the first. Yes.
That very first one, Ms. Cassidy, that got there. There's a bit of confusion there, but I was just wondering, they were talking about the cutoff amount for the rebate. And you did explain that the rebate threshold's in place annually, but would it be worth throwing in there as well that that's just been changed from 790 to 805, and the income threshold's been raised from about 39,000 to 45, I think, to receive that level, or to receive a rebate. I don't know, what is, yes, just the changes maybe put into that answer, whatever the details were, even though it wasn't what we were consulting on.
I think it would be a good, there's some work needed on these answers, I think. in relation to what we've decided today in that explanation. So if the team can work on those to pick it up, especially in light of the questions of Councillor Fulton as well, if it can help, and what options there are for people. It's a good opportunity to just reinforce it. Okay. So that's what, and that would apply to most of these answers. So 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, 206, 207, 208, 209. Oh goodness, there's some interesting reflections about me in here. 29, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221. The point that was made by this, which is the Oxford Arts Trust, is around a development contribution potentially being for arts strategy and placemaking or thereabouts. I would be interested in this. I would be interested in this being explored and perhaps a topic for audit one day or thereabouts of what's possible in this space. I don't know. Areta was suggesting that it's available in other areas. It's perhaps something around public art is something to consider. If we feel it's the ability, we can't do it.
Only for a capex, capital buildings. It was, it's been taken in out of development contributions, and it was put back in for recreation and arts buildings and so forth like that. And I think it had to be on council-owned land as well. There's some conditions around recreation funding through DCs now. We can bring back some.
Yeah, I think it would just, I'd be interested to explore it, just to sit into it. If it's not possible, it's not possible, but at least to it is interesting, especially in light of what Councillor Blakey was talking earlier, when we've got an arts and public places in an arts trust, public arts trust. Just good to know if there is any ability to potentially endow that in other ways.
Because I thought that in Christchurch City Council, a portion of a build for a large building had to be spent on a particular art, either on their site or was contributed to the council. Is that not the case in?
It probably is for Christchurch City. They've done it under the new legislation that came out about 3 years ago. It has to be forecasted in your LTP, has to be CapEx related and growth related. Right. And there's criteria around development contributions. It can't be just, it has to be just for growth at the moment. The development levy that's going to come in through the government may offer some different opportunities. Right. But at the moment, there's court cases around development contributions. The famous one is the one buses in Auckland, and it must be only for growth at the moment. It can't be related to current user benefit, so you're limited to funding and so forth. But yeah, if it's collected for that purpose, it generally has to be used for that purpose.
Right. Right. So if we could just put in there that we will have a workshop to discuss that in due course. Alright, so I think that's now, next week, Jeff, there's a DC, policy, the DC paper will come to us, to council, is that correct?
That's right, on Tuesday we'll have a development contributions paper which effectively looks at the capital that's been approved today. It's already modelled, isn't it? But it was dependent on decisions today and it'll come back on Tuesday. If approved, then that goes into the adoption papers that are brought to council.
Okay, just, thank you. I think that's all for you, Mary. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
184 with the outside factors driving cost increases, please. So page 184. Four, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, 93, I think then we're up to Simon's area, is it right, strategies, so it's 341. Welcome, Simon. Thank you. All right. Well, let's. All right. 341. 342. 343. 344. 345. 346, 347, 348, 349, 350, 351.
Yeah, I just wonder if 350, where we actually go for forwards, then Wilkinson's made a few submissions, but maybe we just broaden out the submissions that we've provided central government over.
That's a good answer. That's a good suggestion, Jeff. You happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so then we come to 351. And then 352, 354, 355, 356, 357, 358. This gentleman makes quite a lot of points about algae and zebras to work. I would be, in the letter, he refers a lot to myself in there, I would be prepared to meet with him if he would like to, so if you could offer that to him, I'm more than happy to sit down in this conversation if you'd like to. And then 359. 360. And 360. Oh, that's a nice position to finish on.
Nice way to finish.
Actually, so when I was at Pegasus yesterday, he had a very busy session there. every person that came over there was reasonably new to the district, and just wanted to commend our council and staff and elected members just on how great they find our district to live in. And all of them had come from other areas. One had purposely chose they came from Nelson, one particular one, and they were in the Tasman. Alistair, probably with your boss here, I'll say this, but he thought our comms was absolutely outstanding with the words, and they looked at that compared to other areas. It was just sometimes it's not until you hear from outsiders, and we know we've got a great council and a great team and they do incredible work, but these were people that came from other areas that don't always hear people saying these things, and it was really nice actually to hear those reflections genuine. And what they were actually dropping in where it was about the youth space and out there and other things, but it was just nice to hear those reflections. I thought I'd just share that with you today. You don't always hear the good ones directly to us, so I thought it was really encouraging just hearing that. So. Right, so I'll just double check we've got everything done. We've done strategy. I think we've done all of it.
We've done good.
We've done all.
Okay.
Let's just have a look, make sure before we get too excited. Make sure I've got ticks in all the boxes. Let's quickly go through here.
We've got nothing on. We didn't whiteboard the $500, Mr. Mayor.
Because we found the saving elsewhere. There was a saving for a previous trip. Do you really want to? You deal with our deputy mayors.
Problem child.
Right, give me 1 second, I'll just quickly go through here. I think we've done all the reports, Jeff, except for the last recommendation. Right, so then the last item to deal with is item 6, which is consideration of submissions of the draft plan. So it's a generic generic resolution here that the council resolves that all pro forma recommendations are adopted as per the debate in relation. And the motion occurred during the meeting, so it's a capsule. So good to move. Seconded. Councillor Ward, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, look, just to say, look, it's always great to have people come to us with submissions and let us know how they're feeling. But I do feel that in the first year of a 10-year plan, that it is an overkill, and I think that the council needs to in the future think about that very first year after the 10-year plan. We've just been through extensive consultation before that, and that first year I think this just indicates with the amount of submissions that we have, and we're just almost repeating ourselves in the first year for many things. So I'm not suggesting that it's something you wouldn't do, but I think every time a 10-year plan comes up we need to have a very serious look at whether that is something you want to do in year one of a 10-year plan. And you could probably save quite a bit of money. We always want to hear from our community, and it's really helpful. But just that 1 year is what I'm talking about. So apart from that, look, it's been well documented, easy to follow. All of those things that we say all of the time. Jeff, thank you to you and staff for preparing it in the way that it's been done in a timely manner. And I look forward to people supporting us.
Thank you, Councillor Ward.
Also, I'd just like to say a really, really big thank you for a huge job that the governance team have done in preparing and looking after this, setting this out very nicely and giving it to us. Well done to all the team, to Jeff and all his team. Of course, you know, we asked a lot of them last November and December, and they really came down in a nice timely fashion and really met our requests and honoured that, and I think we've come up with a really good solution. But one of the things that I found with all these submissions with the letter that went out about Water Done Well, how everyone, a lot of people, the number of people that actually took the time to respond in a positive way, 97.2%. He doesn't get any better than that. And it just goes to show that the work that we did in the previous 3 years of standing up for what we felt was right, with Three Waters Bill that we thought was really, really wrong. And we were misled by the national government, or not the national government, but the central government at that time. And then we were listened to because we took the time in that time to prepare what we felt was a fair and just way forward, and that's been picked up by central government. So what I can say to Jeff and Dan and all of us, we really need to take a bow, because I would say that we are one of the most revered councils in the country, and we deserve it.
Thank you. Very kind comments, Joe. Any further speakers? I just, in general, as has been already said, the process around submission, I think we've got some fair points there, particularly there around whether we do need to do this every year. I like doing it to hear from our community. This year particularly we did need to, because we integrated Three Waters in with that, and it was the right thing to do in terms of that extra focus. But whether we need to every year is something we need to just have a look at, and whether we've got anything of real significance that departs majorly from our long-term plan, because there is a cost of time in preparation to it, and we've got a busy council and staff that are busy preparing lots of different policy-related responses, and it draws a lot of their effort. I acknowledge our governance and policy staff, and also our comms team, who will now be busy with the preparation of responses. So Alistair, thank you for sitting here today, but also we will today, an initiative is that we will be putting a letter out pretty much straight away out to everyone, advising them what our decisions have been, noting that it's got a formal adoption later this month, but I've noticed other councils do that, and they do, so it gives a summary to everyone immediately of what we have decided, and there will be individual responses that will then follow, but on the main items, so everyone's clear. So thanks, Alistair, for the work of that. Jeff and the team have already been acknowledged, and I add my endorsement to that, because there's a huge amount of work that goes in by a management team reviewing all this before it comes to us, to get the direction from the council of where we are sitting, where we are comfortable, where we would like to see things, and then they go away and make sure as best as they can that it all works from the direction that we want to set. So I think they've done an excellent job in there. But I'm proud of all of you here today. Thank you for the way in which we've had, I think, a really good discussion on things and consideration, and how we've all worked together, I think, reflects the state of our council. So thank you, everyone. You can go home early as a result of that. But bear in mind that you need to be back here at 9 in the morning, but I'll cut it off. Is there any other speakers on? So we'll be back at 9 tomorrow. Just not quite yet. Is there any other speakers? I'll reply if you wish. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? Hear that carried. Right, so any questions? I've got no questions understanding orders. There's no urgent general business. Our next meeting is scheduled for, the adoption meeting is scheduled for Tuesday the 17th. I think we need to note that in the letter, Alistair, that goes out, just so people are clear. And then our next ordinary meeting is for Tuesday the 3rd of June. Tomorrow, Sarah's already got ahead of where she thought we would be, so she's read the room very well. So tomorrow we've got a briefing that starts at 9 on the district plan. So it's an important briefing in the morning to as we start to prepare for those decisions coming to us on the 24th of June. There's lunch in the councillors' area. So have a good rest of the day. Thank you, everyone.
Councillor Blackie's bearing in mind.
Sorry?
Councillor Blackie's
Oh, his shout, yes.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
right.
An early shout.